Okay. All right, all right, all right. We are alive and well. Is that what they like to call it? Alive and well. And hopefully we are going to try and survive the night because we do have a bit of a risk for severe weather that will exist overnight tonight. I'm going to be completely honest with you all. It's not, the threat for severe weather, which does exist today, is not just going to be in like a short window of, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. It's going to be over the span of numerous hours, and the actual coverage in itself is expected to expand as we get past midnight. And this is one of those risks where we are going to want to cover, even regardless of time, regardless of the time period, especially with it being an overnight threat. That is at least, that is one of the highest concerns I have with this event, actually, because if you do have a tornado that does form, it's not in the middle of the day, so people won't be able to really know what's going on, and they could potentially be impacted as this overnight threat continues to move on through. So we are live tonight. We are covering what is a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Got upgraded yesterday, actually. Yesterday they upgraded this to a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here. And so here it is. You got your 1 out of 5 in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. So if you guys live within these areas, specifically the yellow or the orange, you guys really need to watch out for the potential severe weather tonight, as there could definitely be the threat for not only some strong damaging winds, but also the threat for tornadoes. Here's the probabilities for a tornado within a 25-mile radius. 2% in green, 5% in brown, 10% in yellow. So wherever you guys live, that is your chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. There isn't a risk for significant tornadoes tonight, according to the Storm Prediction Center. But I looked at some of the soundings out in front of the event, and if we do get a supercell that actually does root into the atmosphere, I would not be surprised if we saw something along the coastline here, the Big Bend of Florida, specifically from Panama City all the way through until the finishing touches of the Big Bend of Florida. So something we're going to have to continue to watch out for, especially as this continues to move on through into a more overnight threat. And just for people who are curious as to when we will actually start to get into this 10% risk for tornadoes here tonight, the start of it will actually be midnight tonight Eastern. So for people who are curious as to when that is, right now it is 9:33 p.m., okay? So we are expecting the severe weather threat to amplify and start to be at its peak in about 2.5 hours from now. So we have a lot of time in between now and then. But until then, we are going to want to at least talk about a lot of stuff here. And there's a lot of stuff that we need to talk about, especially if stuff does arise. So we're going to want to cover everything in between then and now. There was a tornado warning that we kind of missed a little bit earlier, but there wasn't really a whole lot of stuff to talk about with that. It was over here in the New Orleans general vicinity. And as that storm actually moved on through, it lost a lot of character, more or less because the environment here in this general area is not very good. So we couldn't really expect a whole lot of activity from that tornado warned storm, but it was just to the south and west of New Orleans, and luckily nothing became of that storm. So for people who are asking, all right, well, what can we see from this? All right, from the Severe Weather Department, what can we see, and what do we know so far? Well, what we know is there is a giant low-pressure system here that is starting to kind of surge on through the United States, and we have it, just a general surface low-pressure system that's starting to move through here and towards the southern portions of Texas. And then we have this giant upper level low that's over here towards portions of the Great Lakes. And you can see how this counterclockwise swirl kind of just starts to swirl about over here at the top part of your screen. And the combination of these two events here, these two low pressure systems, is creating a lot of enhanced wind shear here that is starting to kind of dip through the eastern portions of the United States. On one hand, it's creating some significant severe weather possible. On the other hand, it's creating some significant winter weather possible. And if you guys have seen the bottom bars here, you actually could see that on the opposite side of all this severe weather, there also is the threat for winter weather. We have numerous winter storm warnings here indicated in these pink polygons, but we also have this orange polygon here indicating a blizzard warning that just got issued within the hour, all right, within the past, I'd say even half an hour, there has been this warning that has just got issued here for a blizzard conditions over into portions of Charlottesville, into Staunton, as well as Harrisonburg, all the way up to Front Royal. So the I-81 corridor here, from Interstate 66 all the way down to Interstate 64, and even towards the Lynchburg general vicinity, there is the threat for blizzard conditions, 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible, as well as the threat for 5 to 10 inches of snowfall, especially in the higher elevations. You guys could definitely get some very hazardous weather. So for as many interstates as there are within this general vicinity, you guys definitely need to watch out, because travel is going to be an issue here, especially for a Saturday, if people do decide to travel during this general time frame. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for that. And of course, we'll talk about that a little bit more, not only later on in the stream, but probably in the latter stages of the stream, when we actually continue to cover this all into the early morning hours of tomorrow, which would be Saturday. But for the most part here, if we go back to the severe weather risk, once again, this is another overview of the categorical outlook for a severe weather threat here tonight. Once again, 1 out of 5 in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in the yellow, 3 out of 5 in the orange. If you guys live within these areas, specifically the yellows and the orange, I highly recommend you guys have some way of getting some sort of alert if there is a severe weather warning or a tornado warning that gets issued for your general area. And of course, I'll be covering this practically all the way through until the early morning hours tomorrow. I can't really say when exactly I'm going to stop live streaming, but I mean, it's definitely going to be way past midnight, all right? Maybe even way past 2 o'clock. It'll probably be sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock before I start thinking about calling it quits. Maybe even 3 o'clock at the earliest. But regardless, we do have the threat for severe weather that does exist throughout much of the overnight hours tonight, and that is why we're going to be live here throughout much of the overnight. So let's talk real quickly before we bring in our associate, which would be Morgan here for tonight. He's going to be here until the midnight time frame. He has stuff to do tomorrow. I do have stuff to excuse me. I do have stuff to do tomorrow as well, but it's not really going to be a whole lot of an issue to the point where I'm going to be cutting the stream short and stuff like that. I'll be able to at least live stream through the majority of this event all the way up until the event gets into portions of central to even eastern South Carolina and North Carolina and stuff like that. So we'll see. Before I do continue with how this all comes together, this entire event, please be sure to share this with friends and family if you know anyone who lives in these areas. All right, I'll show you the Convective Outlook again. If you know anyone who lives within the yellow and the orange, share this live stream with them, because if they get some severe weather alert or some sort, this is a place to where they can go to. It's relatively quick, it's relatively efficient, and I hopefully will be getting the word out by then, unless if I'm passed out in my chair, into which then we are all screwed on this channel, and there goes my opportunity. But yeah, that's the big thing though, that you guys, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, Pensacola, Tallahassee, into portions of Macon, Dothan, Albany, Dothan, or I think it's actually Dothan. Can't remember. Every single time I mess up that town name. It's so bad. I can't save myself. I really can't. But yeah, it's all these areas over here that you guys really need to watch out for. Now the one thing I will say here, before I continue, well actually, let's show you the other areas that are going to be impacted as well. So all these areas in the pink polygons and these orange polygons, if you know anyone who lives over there, my live stream also would benefit them. Hopefully. Hopefully. But yeah, anywhere within these pink polygons, you can see here the outlines of the states and stuff like that. And then these orange polygons as well, as we continue to move off further towards the north and east. My information could definitely help them. Now, I will say this here real quickly before we move on, okay? Jacksonville's radar is down, all right? We cannot use their radar here tonight. It's it's one of those things to where they are performing upgrades to the actual radar in itself, and the sustainability will hopefully, well, by their calculations, allow it to be operational until 2030, 2032, something like that. So, Jacksonville's radar will be down until, I think it's the 22nd of March. So, yeah, we won't be able to use their radar here this evening during our coverage. So that's very unfortunate. Someone asked about New Orleans. So New Orleans in itself, they're in a severe thunderstorm, or they were in a severe thunderstorm warning, I should say. The storms are starting to kind of pass through, so they are towards the latter stages of this risk. They should be fine for the most part. The areas that I am more concerned about is the areas out in front of it. So Mobile, Pensacola, all the way towards Panama City. At Panama City, I'm really concerned about in regards to some onshore convection that could move on through water spouts that can move inland. And so it's really something to watch out for if you live near the Panama City, Fort Walton Beach area. Typically is what you guys get as a overnight threat. So something to watch out for with that. And then let's see. Yeah, people are saying Dothan. Yeah, so Dothan is an area to watch out for if I were you guys. I'm going to actually pull up more radars here of GR2 Analyst version 3. I need to get as many tabs up as possible, honestly. There we are. And what we're going to do is we're going to move our radar there. We're going to move a radar here. Full screen that. We're going to move a radar here, because I knew there's a radar over there. We're going to move a radar right here. And then the last radar that we're going to use tonight is going to be over here. There we go. All right, we got all of our radars here for tonight. So yeah, that should be good. All right, so let's go into how this entire event kind of, unfolds for the most part. And unfortunately, I don't really have the best graphics here to show you all. Can I actually get this up to date? No, I can't. That's my wallpaper, by the way, so that's a fun moment. Oh, look, we actually do have a way to do it. All right, perfect. Let's pull up satellite. Actually, don't I have satellite here from College of DuPage? I think I do. Does this work? Yeah, it does work. It's not the best, but it works. This is what happens when we do everything on the fly. Am I right, everyone? Quality content. All right, there we go. There's our satellite of the storms, and there we go. All right, so let's flow about. Let's talk about how this event is moving on through. And let me turn off my notifications from my phone, because my phone is constantly buzzing, and it's not fun. So we'll throw that over there. So let's do the United States. Here we go. And here we are. All right, so let's take a look at the 500 millibar wind shear, which is about 6 kilometers above ground level. Of course, if you want to take a look at the date and time, it is above me in Eastern, so consider the following with that if you haven't already. And you can see our general flow in the atmosphere, our upper level low pressure over here near the Great Lakes. You can see that because whenever you see a dip in the jet stream just like this, whatever is in the kind of gap, if you will, in between the two, the two parallel lines of the dip, that is where the low pressure system actually exists. There's also another one over here, but that's a surface low pressure, and we won't be able to see that unless we get towards a lower level in the atmosphere. But for the most part, this is what we got here. Giant dip in the jet stream with enhanced level amounts of wind shear and upwards of about 90 to even 100 knots of wind shear here in the upper portions. You can see how as this continues to progress overnight, the wind shear actually does intensify, and it intensifies rather rapidly. Could potentially see a bomb cyclone situation if this continues to move about. But definitely some enhanced level wind shear. You can even see the maximum values there at the bottom right-hand corner. 152 knots of wind shear off the coast of the United States. That right there, my friends, is very intense. And the good news is that much of the United States wouldn't be impacted by that. But unfortunately, areas like New Brunswick and Nova Scotia and Canada definitely are. So hopefully you guys are okay over there. If we go to a lower level in the atmosphere, go to the 850 millibar wind shear and head over towards the southeast to zoom in a little bit. We can see our general flow here of the atmosphere as this continues to move on through. So we have a low pressure system, a surface low that kind of rides this entire boundary, or at least this is a bit more of your dip in the jet stream right here, and your surface low pressure system that moves on through in towards portions of the Carolinas and Georgia. It also creates some enhanced level amounts of wind shear towards the south and southeastern portions of it. And you can see that general flow as to how a lot of that wind shear here at the 850 millibar level, which is about 1 kilometer above ground level, is carrying a lot of this moisture here in the Gulf of Mexico and bringing it up into the general area of where our severe weather risk could potentially exist. So definitely something to watch out for. It does seem as if we have a lot of wind shear here across much of these areas, and this does seem to be somewhat favorable to have severe weather within some of these areas. If we take a look at the convective available potential energy amounts, which is the basically the energy levels of the atmosphere for thunderstorms to either form or sustain. And so if you see that here, you can see our energy levels are relatively localized. And you also see that once you start to get further and further and past the midnight hours until like the 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock hours, the energy levels actually uptick quite a bit over here. I could even see a little pocket of energy over here that is due east of Tallahassee that is in upwards of about 1,800 joules per kilogram. So we have a plethora amount of energy over here towards portions of the Big Bend of Florida into southern Georgia. That is my hot zone for tonight. If you guys live along I-10 over near Tallahassee, north or south within the 30, 40, 50 miles, you guys could potentially see some tornadic conditions, and that could span all the way through the overnight hours tonight as well. So something to continue to monitor with that. And so let's take a look at our showers and thunderstorms over here and see how things progress. So that's the NAM 12 kilometer. Let's take a look at the 3 kilometer here and try and get a better grasp as to what could potentially happen here as this moves on through. You can see a lot of showers and thunderstorms that exist off the coast of the United States here in the Gulf of Mexico. And sure, that may look like, well, all the stuff is happening over here in the Gulf of Mexico. Why should Florida be concerned? Well, let's notice the path in which these storms are moving within this 3 to 4 hour period. They're moving off to the north and east. And the reason why I said areas near Panama City into the Fort Walton Beach area is a bit of a concern for me is because these showers and thunderstorms, you even have a line over here that continues to extend further towards the Tallahassee area. These storms are going to be surging off towards the north and east, and they're going to create a lot of coverage for these for these supercells to continue to surge on through, and the potential for tornadoes is possible with every single storm. So with that many storms that are surging over these areas, I mean, you can't really help but guess that there could be at least a tornado or two that could happen here tonight. And so that's the reason why the Storm Prediction Center's, convective outlook is as high as it is here tonight. Their confidence in this event of them potentially seeing tornadoes here with this event is decently high here tonight. As this continues to move on through further towards the 7 and 8 o'clock hours, however, things start to become a lot more linear. All right, things become a lot more of a QLCS or damaging wind-esque type event as this moves on through. And so your threat, as this translates more towards the 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hours here in the morning, is going to be more wind-oriented. It's not really as much of a tornado threat. Still could get a chance for a tornado or two. but it's going to be more of a strong damaging wind threat here. So portions, like Jacksonville all the way up to Savannah, even portions of Charleston, and even towards the Wilmington general vicinity, even further off towards Tampa Bay and Daytona Beach, you guys are probably going to get a lot of strong damaging winds here with this storm rather than tornadoes. But in between all then, with all these showers and thunderstorms, is what we're going to try and watch out here for the most part tonight. All right, let's bring back Morgan here, because he seems to have considered the following a lot, and he's going to help us talk about this winter weather threat as this continues to move on through, because you can see that giant big blue blob that is through portions of Tennessee, Alabama, Kentucky, West Virginia, even into portions of Pennsylvania, and we're going to talk about it here a little bit. So welcome back, Morgan. Hello.
Thank you for allowing me to get out of the basement. Do appreciate it.
There it is. So now we're going to shift over to the winter weather aspect of this here. And I brought you in here not only just for you to get another opinion, but...
Are you going to mean me for trying to chase?
Well, maybe a little bit, but that's not that big of an issue. Let's talk about some of the totals from this event here as this progresses on through. And actually, before we talk about totals, let's talk about timings here. So you can see this giant band of snow here. Giant band of snow that exists from Arkansas all the way up towards the St. Lawrence River in Canada. It's just this giant line that continues to move on through. And this snow is just going to continue to kind of sit over these areas. Not, for an exorbitant period of time. You guys aren't really anticipated to get over, a foot of snow unless if you're in the northeastern portions of the United States. But, you can see how within some of these areas here, you have quite a bit of snowfall that is anticipated within some of the areas of the mid-Atlantic into the northeast. And the timings here of this is going to be mainly from the early morning hours, like sometime near sunrise, all the way through until the afternoon is when you guys could probably see your event that start to seed. Unless if you're over into the extreme New England general vicinity over here. All these areas over here, you guys could potentially see your snow that will continue to exist even past the evening hours over here on Saturday into Sunday. So something to watch out for if you guys live over there.
So particularly if you're in like Western Pennsylvania, Western New York, even Northern New York, those areas, you're going to be expecting an all snow mode continuing through tonight, all the way probably through tomorrow afternoon into the evening. You guys are going to be getting a lot. It may not be as heavy as some of the other areas that are going to be experiencing snow, but you are going to have those snowy conditions pretty widespread. So we're looking from the southern area of the Appalachians all the way up into the southeastern portions of Canada here. And we're at this point, we're looking at about 4 to 6 inches widespread across the board from those southern areas of the snowfall potential, which includes the northern portions of the southeastern states, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, all the way up through Maine and southeastern Canada. Now, where you could see the higher totals exists in New England. That's where you could start to see the heavier snowfall bands take place. That's where you could really start to see some of the bombogenesis that does occur with this storm system. Those areas you could see widespread 6 inches basically from Pennsylvania northeastward. And that includes the areas of northern New Jersey, all of New York, pretty much all of Vermont, northern New Hampshire, etc. You guys get the drill at this point. And a lot of models have also been shifting towards a more easterly trend with this. So a lot more snow is starting to show up for those areas that are on the southeastern side of the snow threat, like northern New Jersey, southeast New York, those general vicinities. And the respective National Weather Service offices have issued winter storm warnings that do extend all the way from northern Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia through portions of northwest New Jersey, western Massachusetts, all of Vermont, northern New Hampshire, and northeastern and northwestern Maine. So that's something to bear in mind. Travel is going to be particularly hazardous most of the day tomorrow.
And the interesting thing about it, too, is that when Morgan and I were talking at about 9 o'clock, we were looking around, and then they issued something that was completely new at the time. They issued this about an hour ago. The blizzard warning, new blizzard warnings that got issued for the I-81 corridor, basically from Lynchburg and just, about 10 to 20 miles north of Roanoke, all the way up towards Front Royal, south of Winchester, near the Interstate 66 area. So Expected wind gusts over there, 55 miles per hour is possible. We'll go to the full screen here so you guys can see as this continues to move on through with our presentation. 55-mile-per-hour winds, as well as 3 to 6 inches of snow is possible in the southern portions of this blizzard warning. And then as you get further and further north towards areas like Front Royal, 5 to 10 inches of snow is definitely possible, especially if you're in the higher elevations. So, we put the the sliding bar that tells you if you're in those areas you need to watch out, or if you're in the surrounding areas you need to watch out. There is a blizzard warning bar there that tells you some of the cities that are in these warnings and stuff like that. So if you guys live within some of these areas, you definitely need to watch out for it tomorrow morning, especially with the threat of 55-mile-per-hour winds. If you're driving, I highly recommend not driving tomorrow. All right, that is the main thing to take away from this, is that if you are driving, it's probably not going to go well for you with blizzard conditions. So,
can I also just get in a word here about this? One trend that myself and a lot of the weatherheads on Twitter have been noting, the upper vorticity in this low pressure system has been condensing significantly over the past few runs from the past couple of days. And what that means is that the cold air that comes in on the backside comes in much more quickly and also comes in much more abruptly, while the temperatures above the surface don't really go as quickly cold. So, translation for those people that might not understand what I just said, it's going to be a lot colder, much quicker, particularly along that cold front as it pushes off north and east. Initially, when the cold front passed, it wasn't below freezing. It was in the mid 30s, maybe even the upper 30s in some areas. But now we're talking about the upper 20s. And with the temperatures just above the surface not really going down that far, that means that the snow that does come down in those areas that experience that little gap in temperatures, it's going to absolutely dump. Like 1 to 2 inches per hour dump, and that's something that we should be anticipating tomorrow, particularly along the cold front if you are in the rain transition. Now, that also means that some of the snow totals may be slightly underdone because the models don't pick that up as well. They only pick up what's going on the preset maps. But the overall idea is that not only are you going to have much heavier snow in those particular areas, so for reference, I'm talking about areas probably like eastern Pennsylvania, central and southern New York, northwest New Jersey that have the winter storm warnings. That's the areas in which you're really going to see the storm system condense, and the snow is going to come down probably in whiteout conditions, most likely. So that's what makes traveling that much more hazardous, like Nate mentioned. It's just not a good idea to be out on the roads tomorrow. I should have told myself that too if I was ahead of it.
and the other interesting aspect here, just to give you a perspective as to what he's talking about, we're looking at the wind gust swath here from the HRRR. Now, this is a little bit more conservative of what the NAM 3 kilometers shows, because I guarantee you, if I show you what the NAM 3 kilometers shows, it's going to be a lot more significant than this. But just to give you a perspective, you can see a lot of these greens in this general vicinity is showing at minimum 35-mile-per-hour winds. And of course, these brighter greens into the oranges are about 45 to 50-mile-per-hour winds possible. So we have expected some significant blizzard conditions that could be possible within some areas associated with the snow that could be falling down. And of course, if I show you the North American model just to show you the bigger uptrend, you can see how it's a lot more consistent across the board with the greens, but not as big along the mountain range. So there you go.
Nathan Snyder,
Yes, sir.
look at MSLP for the Northeast on the 3K. I dare.
MSL.
This is a fluke.
Oh.
MS.
Yeah, that is a
68.
that is a big pressure drop right there.
There's no way that's legit. There's absolutely no chance.
That
No
is
way.
that is a
Oh, oh my God. Okay.
That is a big pressure drop there. Yet 923 millibars. This is clearly bugged,
Check
but
3Z. Check 3Z. It
th-
goes to 868.
3Z what? HRRR?
No, 3Z on the 3 kilometer, 0Z. The 0Z 3 kilometer. 3Z.
Oh, yeah.
MXLP.
Oh, yeah. 923 is what I see.
I see 868.
Jeez.
I'm looking
Yeah.
at Pivotal.
Yeah, that's not
That's
legit.
not legit.
So the model is clearly freaking out. It can't really register what's going on correctly, but
Nuke Cyclone is real, I know, right?
ouch. Ouch. So
868 would be insane. I don't even know if we've had something like that with anything ever. Like tropical or not. I don't think we've had something like that with anything ever.
nope.
Wind gusts. Just because I'm curious. Oh, it only gets like to 90. That's not bad.
I know, right, Becca? It is back on. So let's go over what's happened here with our notifications. A good time to start talking about the support that you guys have been showing to this stream. Good time, good time. Shell, thank you so much for becoming a member for 5 months. I really do appreciate it. It says, when will we get to see the documentary? Probably at the end of March. I've been pretty sick over the past week and a half, and I've been encountering other issues and stuff like that. But next week should be my last week in the ski resort. So I'll be doing this full time for the severe weather season. And of course, with having more time on my hands, I'll be able to actually work on that project more. So if you'd wait until the end of March, it probably will be out. And I'm super excited for it too. Trust me. It's me geeking out about weather. And whenever I can catch that on film, it's going to be a spectacle for sure. True facts. Michael with the 5 says, nice wallpaper. Yeah. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. It's going to happen.
Northwest.
There it is. For those of you who weren't there for my last live stream, I messed up saying west and I pronounced weast. So, not gonna live that down apparently. Zaitlin has became a member for 2 months. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. It really does mean a lot. And then Pyro with the 3 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate everyone becoming a member and helping me out, because that is the best way to support my channel. So I really do appreciate it. And then Granny Flowers with the 5. I really do appreciate that as well. Let me take a look at chat, see if I can answer some questions here. Can anyone help answer my question? Is Tallahassee, Florida at risk, and how much risk if so? You guys are probably going to get hit by strong, severe thunderstorms overnight tonight. Let's get some timings out here for you all over here in Florida. So let's take a look at the simulated radar. Unfortunately, actually, it's not that bad. It kind of zooms in a little bit better. I'm trying to see which one works better. This is fine. This is fine. All right, so the timing is up here where my cursor is, if you guys are willing to follow me here. And if you take a look, from what the models say, the storms don't start going into the general area of Tallahassee until about 1 in the morning. And of course, I'll still be live as this continues to move on through. But 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, things don't start moving on through and passing your area until 5 in the morning. So if you live within that area of Tallahassee, or if you know anyone who lives within that area of Tallahassee, I'd recommend telling them to stay aware tonight, have a way to get alerts. And if they do get alerts, please have a plan of action, to stay safe and to put as many walls between yourself and the storm outside of you so that you can be safe. But otherwise, I'll be here live, so if you have any questions and stuff like that about these storms moving on through, feel free to stay tuned, and or even just come back later. These storms aren't really expected to hit you all until about midnight tonight, so if you want to come back here in 2 hours, that's fine with me. But that's Florida for the most part. You can see how storms don't pass through Jacksonville until about 8 or 9 in the morning. Daytona Beach at like 11. Orlando, same thing, 10 and 11. You know, and then these storms start to kind of wither out as this pushes on through. So that's Florida. Let's talk about Georgia and South Carolina here. And you can see how these thunderstorms really are quite widespread here. All right, you got a lot of showers and thunderstorms that kind of exist across the board here. And you have storms in Augusta. You have storms off south of Atlanta. There it is. Atlanta and Noonan, as well as
up to the northwest.
Up to the northeast. There it is. Columbus, Albany, Valdosta, as well as the Statesboro general vicinity. Storms are approaching your general area around this general time frame. And this is expected to continue to move on through. There is a little bit of a break here at around 4 to 5 a.m., specifically if you're south of Macon. You know, you guys could get a break in these storms, but then as this kind of recongeals a bit and approaches towards the Savannah area, even towards Charleston, that's when coverage with these storms can continue to kind of increase a bit. So something to watch out for with that. Yeah, speaking is hard. I love how English is my first language, and yet I'm not even good at it.
No, it's not.
You're right. First language is Nate.
You always lie. Crap.
Also, if I butcher any town names, please correct me in the chat. Please do so I can remember. Because there's a good chance I'm going to be covering these areas again, whether it's severe weather, whether it's winter weather, whether it's, you know, fire weather, whether it's tropical weather. I'm going to need that help. So, Valdosta. Okay, Valdosta. There it is. So, yeah, if you're up here near Atlanta and you're north of Atlanta, you guys should be fine. So like Rome, Gainesville, Jasper, Dalton, Rome. You guys should be fine from the severe weather department. But south of that, you know, Montgomery, Alabama, all the way down to Monroeville, Mobile, Tallahassee, Panama City, Douglas, Valdosta, as well as, you know, even in the portions of Brunswick, Jacksonville, Savannah tomorrow, early tomorrow morning, you guys could get some activity. So please watch out for that if you guys can. Yeah, I gotta keep remember Dothan. Dothan. I really do appreciate everyone who's came out to the stream tonight. Once again, please be sure to share this live stream with friends and family and on social media by copying the link of the stream and either sending it via text message, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. That would be greatly appreciated because these storms are going to be ongoing all night tonight. It's an overnight threat here. And most of these people, if warnings are issued, they're not going to be able to respond quick enough, or maybe not even respond at all if they're not aware of this stuff actually happening. So, you know, the more the word we can get out to people, the better.
Holy badonkers.
Of course, classic me not being able to change my scenes.
If you look at either of the 3KM or the HRRR for tomorrow's severe threat as the thing pushes off the coast, it's pretty insane.
Yeah. Also, if you guys want to help me spread this information on YouTube, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. That would be greatly appreciated. It helps me get onto YouTube's algorithm and get this out to more and more people who might be searching for this type of content. That'd be greatly appreciated. Because it's all about trying to get this information out. If we can get this information out to these people who live over here, then hopefully we can try and keep people safe. So it'd be greatly appreciated if that was the case. All right, so I think we have all of our radars here. There's a
Nate.
couple storms that are near Panama City, so that's interesting. Yep, go for it.
It has spoken. Check DMs.
Yeah, there it is.
I don't get the Florida part of it, truthfully.
I kind of get it. There's a storm that's over near Panama City. I want to see if we can see it here from this camera. And we cannot. And we cannot.
Yeah.
But we do have a little camera over here in Panama City. So that's nice. We also have a little camera over here just to the east of Perry. This is in Mayo, Florida. And it shows off this stuff over here too. So that's interesting. We also have some other cameras that are across the board. Let's do MRMS. And then let's do winter weather. There we go. So there's actually some snow that's over here in like Jackson, Tennessee. So let's see. Ooh, look at that. So from the snow aspect of this, snow's starting to fall down there in western Tennessee. So a lot of stuff going about over there. Do I like... What? Hold up. How do we pronounce this? And what are they?
Huh?
The donation that I got, and I don't even know how to pronounce that. It's French. Okay. The more you know.
Beignets.
Beignet.
Beignets. Yeah, I don't know what a beignet is. Oh,
It's kind of raining on your camera.
that's snow, by the way.
Wow. It's kind
so
of snowing on your camera.
so it looks like cream-filled funnel cake. From what I can tell, it looks like cream-filled funnel cake.
My girlfriend has submitted her input and says a very yummy dessert, which is quite helpful. Thank you.
If it is, then I probably would enjoy it. I probably
Beignets.
would.
I told you, Nathan.
Yeah. So, yeah, that would probably be something I'd be interested in. So I might get it, Pyro. Now that you brought it up, definitely could look at it. But thank you for the 2, Pyro. I really do appreciate it.
Only when you heal your sprained ankle.
Yeah, for real. MCD issued tornado watch likely, 80% watch issuance. Severe weather risk, including the potential for a couple of tornadoes, will gradually increase the remainder of this evening, and overnight a tornado watch will likely be needed.
They don't mention strong tornadoes, which is good news.
Yeah. It's
They just
expected to
mentioned a
be...
couple- They just mentioned a couple tornadoes, so it looks like their main concern with this is ultimately the wind.
The one thing they do say, though, is that the tornadoes are likely instead of possible. Huh. So yeah, that watch will probably be issued within the next hour, 2 hours, something like that. And it'll mainly be for these storms that are moving on shore, so... But there's other storms that are going to be forming and stuff like that as well, so we gotta watch out for those as well. Will pipes freeze in Chattanooga? I mean, they could potentially, but let's take a look at the temperatures over there. How cold will it actually be in that general area? 25 degrees as a low in Saturday morning. Wow. So yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll freeze. There won't be a big window of opportunity.
Yeah, because it's not like it's below freezing for a long amount of time. You really need that for pipes to freeze.
Or at least you need, like a significant cold for a
Yeah.
long amount of time. And I don't think
25 is just only below freezing. And for what it's worth, the cell northeast of Panama City has a great structure with a hail core.
Yeah, I don't think pipes will freeze in Chattanooga. They could have the potential to do so, but I don't think so. I don't think it's a very high chance. Yeah, you can see a lot of these thunderstorms over here now with our radar that are starting to kind of move on shore. They're not really doing a whole lot, though, at the moment. Let's take a look at New Orleans radar. And we can see maybe a little supercell that's trying to develop over near Venice, which is along the Mississippi River Delta. Just to the north and east of Grand Isle, but yeah, there definitely is some of these storms that are trying to form across the board over here. You can also see here with the satellite imagery, you got a lot of these storms that are starting to form here in this giant line. It's basically stretching from Panama City all the way through into the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, if you keep watching the satellite, you'll see that this line will continue to move all the way through, probably until the Yucatan Peninsula hits it. Because it's just this giant line of storms that is expected to form over here. I mean, there's just so much energy over the Gulf of Mexico. It's not really too surprising that it could happen. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Fried dough is covered in powdered sugar. So funnel cake isn't? I thought I ate funnel cake with powdered sugar.
Whoever said that is lying.
I thought funnel cake had powdered. I know in Boston they call it fried dough. All right, that is a certainty. I know they do. But I thought funnel cake was practically the same thing. Except for what? Fried dough is like an entire plop of dough, and funnel cake is like fries and stuff like that. Except it's not fries, it's dough fries. And whatnot. Let's take a look at the HRRR's version of the Southeast. Precipitation. Go to this. 0Z. There we go. Yeah, there is definitely a supercell that just spawns out of nowhere and runs right near Panama City area. So yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so there definitely is a potential for some of this activity here. Let's see the helicity tracks, actually. Ooh, yeah. Definitely could be something about 1Z. Yeah, so the helicity tracks remain consistent. Rose with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, how about Harrisburg, PA? A friend from, 40, 50 miles northeast of me. You guys are in a winter storm winning? There it is. Winter storm
winning.
Winter storm warning. There it is.
You have been having speech issues, my friend.
Yeah, probably need to get some of that coffee. Yeah, 4 to 6 inches of snow is possible within your area, and wind gusts as high as 45 miles per hour possible as well, meaning blizzard-like conditions could be possible within some of these areas. Now, it won't be super consistent to the point where you're going to have a blizzard warning, or at least I don't think that'll be the case. But, you know, I could be wrong as we continue to live stream tonight into tomorrow. We'll probably have an idea as to what could happen if they do issue one by early tomorrow morning. So, you know, if you wanted to continue to watch out for that, you probably could. But in regards to what you guys could get and when the timings are for all this is, let's pull up Pennsylvania here real quickly. Let's pull up the NAM 3 kilometer, and then let's pull up reflectivity type. Here we go. All right, so looking at the timing here, and you can see snow won't start to approach your area, or at least snow/sleet. One of the two won't start to approach your area until I'd say about 5 in the morning. If you want to take a look at the time, it's above me right there. But 4 to 5 in the morning, that's when stuff can start to kind of get in your area and possibly become a bit of frozen precipitation of sleet, freezing rain, or snow. More than likely sleet or snow, not really freezing rain. And then it'll continue to be consistent, maybe even heavy at times as we get towards the 7 and 8 o'clock hours. And this is when, you know, road travel is going to be very hazardous. All right, this time of day here, 7 to 8, even 9 in the morning, the snow and the winds are going to be at its peak, and you're going to have, you know, a lot of this big time activity over here that is going to continue to exist across the board. So that's when you shouldn't be on the road. All right, that would be my recommendation. I mean, you shouldn't be on the road if it's snowing regardless, but that's when you really shouldn't be on the road if I were you guys. And then this stuff won't actually start to pass you until, you know, 1 to 2 in the afternoon, when things will finally be out of your hair. Now, I can't rule out some snow squalls. All right, you guys see these lines over here that, you know, kind of exist across the board here in Pennsylvania, as well as portions of the Allegheny Mountains. That is inevitable. All right, these lines will just continue to move on through and potentially produce some, you know, snow squalls that'll be in this general area. So just please watch out if you guys live over here. But that's the kind of the best I can do there with timings. If we go over here to the most important thing here, which is how much snow you guys could potentially get. Well, I'd say a good estimate is about 3 to 5 inches, with on the higher end potentially even 6 to 7 inches. So if you live over there in Harrisburg, probably are going to want to watch out for this winter storm here. And that's the reason why we do have a winter storm warning for your area. I need sleep. Sleep is for the weak. That's what I told Morgan. And then he laughed at me. So there it is. But yeah, thank you so much, Rose. Everyone say thank you to Rose.
You're welcome.
Huge contributor to the channel. So I really do appreciate that. Just paid to join your channel as a member, and it hasn't been put through yet. Why is that? It could be one of two things. It could be either from YouTube's end, to where you probably would have to send an email to YouTube, or your card could be declined, something like that. So. But I really do appreciate, you know, the people who are here. I really do. Whether you're a member, whether you support the channel by donating, you know, I'm gonna be completely honest with you all. Liking is, you know, good enough. You guys do a whole lot for me by helping spread this live stream out to more and more people, and it's just, you know, that type of stuff helps me out a lot. So, thank you guys to everyone who's you know, here, helps supports the channel, helps get this information out. All right, I skipped someone here. Watching the stream, you live in Dothan. You have a friend in Tallahassee. I told him what's going on, so keep him updated there. Yep, sounds good. As I said, I'll continue to be up and around. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Also, if I miss your question, don't take it personal, because we have 400 other people here in the chat that are trying to communicate as well. So you're flying from Buffalo late morning to Tampa by early afternoon. What are the chances that you take off and land safely? Well, if you're in Tampa, you guys could encounter some storms. If you're flying from Buffalo, you guys are going to have some snow in the early morning hours as well. But I think they could clean it by then. If you say you're taking off by the late morning, if you're taking off in the late morning, stuff will be out of your hair sometime around 7 to 8 in the morning. So you should be able to take off fine if they clear the roads. However, in regards to landing, you said sometime around early afternoon. Stuff will be out of the hair of Tampa by then, so you should be fine, David, in regards to that development. So the only thing I'd be kind of wary about is the takeoff situation in Buffalo. How well do they clear those roads or these, runways and stuff like that? And if they do, you should be fine. You should indeed be fine. What about Bogart, Georgia? Let me pull it up here on my side thing here. Because I can't exactly say that I know where that is. Let me look it up here. Bogart, Georgia is near Athens. You guys could see the potential for some severe weather tomorrow. Let's see your timings here. It'd be actually tonight into tomorrow, honestly. And it would be sometime around like 4 to 5 in the morning when it starts. And then it'll actually push on through and be out of your hair. It might actually be a little bit earlier. Maybe 4 o'clock. I'd say maybe 4 o'clock, but it's not going to be like a tornado threat. It's not going to be a tornado threat, honestly. It's going to be more of a strong damaging wind threat for you all, if that makes any sense. So I just watch out for that. I don't really foresee there being a whole lot on top of that. It'll just be, this giant line that's going to move on through right here. You kind of see how things start to kind of congeal right here. And by the time that all moves on through, which would be like 6 in the morning at the latest, you guys should be fine. I think blizzard warnings for North Alabama is possible. Is that really gusting that hard up there in northern Alabama? Jeez, got a lot of stuff happening over there too. Let's see if we can take a look at that on our, our lovely sky cam over here in Tuscumbia. It's probably not going to load, and it's not loading, so that's fun. And here's Vista Shoals. Or Vista Shores, not Shoals. There is a Shoals, but it's not a Shores. It's a shore by the seashore, sandy shore, seashore. There it is. Losing my mind here tonight, guys.
Yeah, you need to consider. Well, folks, we know Nate's not going to be a TV meteorologist, so we can rule that out of the picture. What's next?
I never really wanted to be a TV meteorologist. This is as far as I go in regards to, being online and stuff. I'd rather have stuff that's under my own control, more or less, rather than to be controlled. That's at least if I'm showing my face. Mark Mulo with the 10, thank you so much, says, hey Nate, when will you do spring forecasts for the United States and Canada? Keep up the fine work. So in regards to like long range forecasts, I don't really like do super far out forecasts. Those are kind of a little bit more trickier for me, and I never really was super good at it. Um, Now, as long range as I can do, it's about 2 weeks out. All right. Now, if you want my general opinion on what spring is going to be like, I think it's going to be very active. You know what? Best way I can describe it is it's going to be very similar to last year. Very similar to last year. Okay. So if that makes any sense, southern portions of the United States can get some activity, and then once it gets to summer, you know, the southern portions of Canada, specifically in the prairies, could get some activity, but not as much. Then, you know, it is what it is. But thank you so much, Mark, for the 10. I really do appreciate it. And then Marilyn with the 10 says, always appreciate your dedication. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Mark and Marilyn. I really do appreciate you guys. You guys always come out to my streams and stuff like that. So the fact that you guys are still supporting the channel even after so long, it really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much. It really does mean a lot. Staying up to watch the stream. Don't care if it goes to 5. There it is. There it is. When will Jacksonville radar be back up and running? I noticed it's getting upgrades. Jeez. I'm losing my mind here tonight, guys.
We're only an hour in.
Yeah, I know. They said something about March 22nd, something like that. So sometime around that time frame. What about Albany, Georgia? Yeah, you guys are definitely in the risk for severe weather tonight. So if we go back over here, Albany, Georgia could, really start to see some activity here once we get towards the midnight to 1 o'clock general time frame. And then as this moves on through, the line doesn't officially move on until about, 6, give or take? 5 or 6, something like that. Just so you know, when the time comes from Albany, Georgia, is pronounced Albany. So you guys pronounce it Albany, but up top, up north, they pronounce it Albany. So I'll remember that. All right.
Pronounce it Albany. You need to not.
Well, it's a South thing. It's a South thing.
I don't care.
Yeah, okay, New Jerseyan.
Shukalak. There it is.
Yeah. No pipes freeze will not occur in Chattanooga. How bad could it get in Raleigh earlier tomorrow morning? I'm not anticipating it to get super intense, honestly. Let's go further north to North and South Carolina. There you go. So Raleigh, you guys could get scattered showers and thunderstorms around the 4 to 5 o'clock time frame, but the line itself won't actually push on through to about 8 or 9. And even then, it'll be relatively brief. So I'm not expecting you guys to get a lot of significant impacts. Although afterwards, you guys could potentially get some snowflakes and stuff like that. So that's something to consider as well. What does the tornado potential for Tampa area look like tomorrow? Should you be worried? There is a decent threat for tornadoes tomorrow. If we pull up the actual risk here, you can see the actual convective outlook here, according to the Storm Prediction Center, is indicated as follows. You have your green in 1 out of 5, your yellow in the 2 out of 5, and your orange in the 3 out of 5. So whatever area you're in, that is your chance of seeing severe weather. The tornado risk in itself, well, I mean, you guys are kind of like right on the border of a 5% and a 2% chance. I'm kind of expecting this to kind of change a little bit. So I think you guys could probably be in a good 5% risk for tornadoes. In regards to what your timings are as this moves on through, well, I mean, you guys are getting this big line of storms that are going to start to approach your area at around 8 or 9 in the morning, and probably move on through by about 10 to 11. I'd say 11 is when these storms would probably be out of your hair for the most part. What about Albany? Around what time can the bad weather hit for you all? Good question, good question. Let me pull that up here real quickly.
Could be a while yet, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think you guys are really going to get hit here until about like 1 or 2. I think 2 in the morning.
2 or 3, probably.
Yeah, I'd
around
say
that
2
time.
is about the general time frame to when you can start getting your showers and thunderstorms, and then the big line will exactly push on through until about 5 in the morning, and then after that, you guys should be fine. What about South Carolina? South Carolina's kind of interesting. I think they're more of a strong damaging wind risk, unless, and I say unless, if you're like near the Augusta, Georgia general vicinity. All right, if you're right along there towards Columbia, then I would probably be a little bit wary of the potential for something tornadic that could exist within that area. But otherwise, if you're like along the coastline, you guys could probably see more of a strong damaging wind risk. And if you're in upstate South Carolina, you guys aren't really going to see a whole lot. So. There it is, Jeremy. Yep, I'll be looking out for that, Mr. Travel Boy. I'll be here. I will definitely be here. Dothan, Alabama. Yeah, you guys are definitely going to get some activity here. I don't think you guys will really start to get your activity until about, I'd say, midnight. Midnight is when things...
1.
Midnight to 1 is when things really start to push on through.
Since you guys are in the western, you guys are actually farther west than the 10% risk itself. So since you guys are on that portion of it, you guys are probably going to get the line a couple hours at least.
So I have some people that are saying that the Albany down there in Georgia is pronounced Albany. So I'm just going to keep it with Albany, all right? If I offend people, I apologize.
Whoever says Albany is a plebeian anyway.
Go away, Morgan. Don't need your New Jerseyan looking self.
Baston.
Baston. There it is. So Albany. That's how I'm saying it from now on. No one can stop me. I kept it as Albany in New York, and then people said it otherwise. I'm keeping it this way. That's that. Fiance stranded in Jackson, Tennessee. Any outlook on when the snow will be out of southeastern Tennessee? Well, Jackson, I believe, is in the western portions of Tennessee, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Jackson's in the western portions of Tennessee. And they're getting a lot of snow over there. They're getting quite a lot of snow, actually. Look at that. I know the camera isn't really doing justice as to how much snow they're actually getting. So we'll just take a look at the Memphis area, and you can see they're getting quite a lot of snow over here, too. But yeah, they're definitely getting quite a bit. And in regards to, you know, what all, you know, when the snow event is actually done with Tennessee for the most part. Jackson in itself, you know, of course they're going to still get quite a lot of activity here all the way up until about, I'd say, midnight, give or take. Once this starts to approach to the Knoxville general vicinity here at about 1 to 2, that's when you guys can get about, you know, I'd say at least 1/10 of an inch of sleet, as well as an additional, what, how many inches of snow? Probably 3 to 5 inches of snow possible. 4 to 6 within your general vicinity.
The widespread range of this whole endeavor is 4 to 6. That is just what I've generally been seeing across the board.
Yeah, and this stuff
So,
won't really move out of your area until about 11. So 11 at the latest. So I'd watch out for that. Let's take a look at your totals. Yeah, even 5 to 8 inches of snow over here in the higher elevations from Chattanooga all the way up towards the Knoxville general vicinity. So I'd watch out if you're over there. But otherwise, 3 to 5 inches of snow is more or less pretty widespread over here for much of the state of Tennessee. So I'd watch out for that. But I hope that answers your question.
yeah, for the folks that have been kind of rooting on winter to get out of here, this is the reminder that it is still mid-March, and March is a weird month when it comes to severe weather and winter weather alike. So,
Yeah.
like Nate himself, he's in a winter storm warning for what is it, 5 to 10 or something like that?
4 to 6, actually.
Where's the 5 to 10? Oh, that was the
5 to 10 is the blizzard, northern portion of the blizzard
Yeah.
warning.
Which you're not far from either, but
Yeah, for the people who are sharing the stream, I really do appreciate it. Helping me get the information out.
Struggling to put sentences together.
Apparently. Do that.
What is that?
Ooh, that is a good video. James Spann.
Freeze warning in South Texas. That's nice.
Look at this over here, chat. This is from James Spann over here in Tupelo, Mississippi. Tupelo, Mississippi, mind you. That's fine, Mark. I understand. Trust me. You know, things are getting harder nowadays. All sorts of stuff is, prices are getting inflated and whatnot. It's just the way the world works right now, and so I completely understand.
Gas around here is insane, which is another one of the reasons why tomorrow I'm not going to go far distances if I don't have to.
Don't do it at all.
Trust me, though, when we get really any kind of thunderstorm risk over here that I have time and energy to chase, we're going full send.
Oh yeah. And I hope you're
wins. I don't care.
I hope you're contributing at least $1 to gas.
Probably contributing all the gas money, frankly.
There it is.
Because my mother covers the insurance, and that's the reality.
Just got a report of 5.5 inches of snow 2 miles north of Germantown over there in Tennessee, I believe where it is. It's in National Weather Service Memphis's office. I think it's in Tennessee. So they're getting quite a lot of snow over there already, and it's not even, completely done. They're still expected to get a couple more. Yeah, over there. That's just to the east of Memphis, so they could potentially be getting 6 inches of snow over there. That's pretty crazy. How much snow will Harrisburg, Pennsylvania get? So friends off towards, 45 minutes northeast of me. Hello. Welcome to the channel, first off. Second off, you're in a winter storm warning, I should say. I was going to say winter weather advisory, but you're in a winter storm warning.
That is wrong.
That is very wrong. 4 to 6 inches of snow is possible with 45-mile-per-hour winds here, according to the National Weather Service. So you see you're in this pink polygon. That does mean that you are in a winter storm warning. As for the timings of this event and stuff like that as this moves on through, let's Let's pull up Pennsylvania. Let's go to our screen here. Let's go to our simulated radar here. And you can see this stuff doesn't really start to move on through. You see a bunch of pinks and blues that start to approach the general area of Harrisburg at around 5 to 6 in the morning. And that's kind of the beginning of it. But as it gets towards like the 7, 8, and 9 general time frame, you see how you have a lot of dark blues over here. And this is the general time frame in which I would say you should not be driving. All right, if you are driving around this general time frame, even towards the 10 o'clock general vicinity, it's going to be some very hazardous conditions over for you all. So please do not drive during that time frame from 7 to 10 in the morning here in Harrisburg. You know, you definitely should watch out. If you're on 83, if you're on 81, if you're in 78, you need to watch out 100%. So please, even on the turnpike too, turnpike's going to be really chaotic as well. So please be sure to watch out for that if you guys can. In regards to how much stuff you guys could be getting, well, here's the worst case scenario for the most part. And at most about 8 to 10 inches of snow. At minimum here, you can say about 3 to 5 inches of snow, maybe even 6 to 7 inches around your general area here as well. So watch out for that if you guys can. Mark with the 4, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. How much snow is Cedar Bluff, Alabama going to get? Let's see. Ooh. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of not what I wanted. Deep South. There we go. Cedar Bluff, looks like you guys could get a couple flurries, but not really a whole lot, to be completely honest with you. May not even accumulate. So, you guys could get some stuff. Can I check the forecast for Bedford? Well, first off, hello. Nice to see you. Another fellow Pennsylvanian, I should say. Jeez, I cannot speak to save my life here. I really cannot. So let's pull this up here again for Pennsylvania. And interesting thing here, all right, this is really interesting. According to this model, it looks like Bedford's kind of in a little bit of a hole to where you guys can get 1 to 3 inches of snow. But on the other hand, if we take a look at another model, actually it's about the same thing, but the worst case scenario is like 3 to 5 inches. So I'd watch out for that, but 1 to 3 inches seem to be more respectable in my honest opinion. So I mean, I know you guys are along 99 and all and stuff like that, but you guys haven't really anticipated to get a whole lot over there. It's more towards the central and eastern portions of Pennsylvania that really get your activity. Unless if you're over near 70, like Wheeling and Pittsburgh and stuff like that. I can see Norbert's my counter over there. Norbert, the the pronunciation counter. It's just gonna keep you know, adding up over time at this point. Water spouts in 40 knots. Ooh, so that storm's gonna start moving on shore here in a bit. Let's take a look and see. Yeah, that storm definitely has rotation. If that does head on to the coast, we could be talking about a tornado warning here. Although the storm does seem to be moving very slowly for the most part. So it'll be taking them about an hour for it to get over there. So that's the good news. Let's take a look at these other storms that are over here in southern portions of Alabama. I don't really see a whole lot over here. A little bit of a supercell over here near McIntosh, though. If If I take a look at the upper portions of the storm, it does seem as if it is a bit of, a bit similar to a supercellular-like characteristic, but it's not really super strong at the moment. So there it is. Oh, excuse me. Mr. Trauma Boy with a 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It really does mean a lot. Everyone say thank you to Mr. Trauma Boy. That really does mean a lot to me. It says Grand Ridge, rain just started. And I will definitely monitor your area throughout much of the night if I can. Let me just see where that is. We have a general idea. Okay, I know where that is. I know where that is. I can keep an eye out for that. True facts. Hello from Morgantown. Well, hello. I actually go to Morgantown on the 20th. I coach a ice hockey team for Martinsburg for middle school, and we're heading to middle school state over in Morgantown. So that's pretty cool. Nice to see that I got people from my former home state. Pretty cool. What about North Carolina? I'm expecting you guys to see more of a strong damaging wind risk, honestly. Here's just the general overlook of the severe weather threat here for tonight into tomorrow. Okay, and then I'll show you guys all the warnings for the winter weather stuff here after this. But 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. So wherever you guys live within these areas, that is your chance of seeing severe weather within your general vicinity. And the people that definitely need to watch out for the severe weather the most is definitely the 2 out of 5 and the 3 out of 5. All right, that's usually what I say for the most part. 1 out of 5, it's really hard to consistently get that activity. Although I will say, if you're along the coastline of North Carolina and South Carolina, tomorrow there is a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for you all, but it's for strong damaging winds, more or less. So it's gonna transition eventually towards your general area as well. But yeah, I'd watch out for that. But yeah, that's what we're anticipating here tonight into tomorrow. All night. We're gonna be live streaming all night, all the way until about 5 in the morning, more than likely 4 to 5 in the morning. And stuff like that. Martinsburg, near Jefferson County. That's where you went to high school. Oh, wow. So you went to Jefferson. That's pretty cool. Yeah, there's this new high school. Well, it actually isn't really new, but it's a high school that got established in 2012 or something like that. It's in northern Berkeley County. It's in between Jefferson and Morgan County. So Jefferson's the furthest eastern county in West Virginia. And then it's Berkeley County in the middle, and then Morgan County in the panhandle right there. This over here. So there's Martinsburg right there. I coach ice hockey team for Martinsburg. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. What position do I play in hockey? I used to play defenseman and winger. Doesn't really depend upon what side wing I played. I just went and I listened to my coaches. But now I coach, and now I tell people what to do. That's pretty fun. Get a NOAA weather radio, low tech, but it works. Set the alarm. If the weather gets bad, the alarm will wake you up. Oh, most certainly. I have a weather radio myself, and it helps me a lot too. Although, usually whenever, I know weather is coming, I usually stay up for it, but... But yeah. The weather radio is very helpful. Very helpful. All right, so that was the severe weather aspect of all of this. We'll turn on the radar instead of the satellite now. And we'll go over to the actual warnings here. And interesting thing about this all. I know it's a little hard to see because the actual city names are kind of like scrunched up together. But you can see how the borders of the white borders here are the outlines of the states. So you can kind of tell as to where you're at for the most part. And we have winter storm warnings here in these pink little boxes, these pink little polygons, which kind of border the counties in itself that they are issued for. And they extend from Tupelo, Mississippi, all the way into northern Alabama, northern Georgia, into much of Tennessee, Kentucky, as well as into West Virginia, as well as into portions of Pennsylvania, much of New York, actually, much of Vermont, central to northern New Hampshire, as well as into portions of Maine as well. That does include Morgantown as well. Morgantown, Fairmont, Clarksburg, that general vicinity. A couple universities over there as well. Although, I believe it is spring break, so I don't think they'll be impacted as much. But regardless, if they're still within that general area, definitely need to watch out. Even, Huntington, Marshall University over there. Charleston, the state capital, Parkersburg, definitely need to watch out. And even Harrisburg, as I said, Harrisburg, definitely need to watch out. If you're not in these pinks or in these purples, you probably have noticed the eyesore that is this orange color. And this orange color is what got issued, 2 hours ago. So just a little bit before the beginning of this live stream. These are blizzard warnings. Believe it or not, these are blizzard warnings that were issued for portions of the Shenandoah Mountains over here. Right along the I-81 corridor from Interstate 66 all the way down towards Lynchburg. And if you guys live within these areas, especially if you're in the higher elevations, blizzard-like conditions are possible within your area here. The further south you are, the lesser the amounts of snow you guys could possibly get. 3 to 6 inches of snow, as well as 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts are possible. But then as you head further and further north towards areas like Front Royal, then you guys could potentially get 5 to 10 inches of snow, as well as that 55-mile-per-hour wind gust as well. So definitely something to watch out for. From 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturdays when you guys can get your activity. So definitely something to watch out for if you live over there. And sooner rather than later, I think it's from Saturday into Sunday, Morgan. We switch from standard to daylight time, right?
Indeed. And
so
thank goodness, because I've continually screwed up the amount of hours I have to convert from Zulu time when I'm looking at model.
That's understandable. But yeah, I used to live.
It says the same thing.
There it is, Morgan.
Heavy snow.
But yeah, I used to live near Martinsburg. Indeed, indeed. Checking up on our water spout here, or our potential water spout storm. Still going on strong. It's a little mini storm here. So I'm not expecting this to continue to hold strong as this moves off over land, but for right now.
You said the Jacksonville radar is dead?
Jacksonville is dead until March 22nd.
Jeez, it's a whole week and a half from now. Yikes.
Yeah. Gotta check Grantsville, West Virginia, southeast of Parkersburg. Family there, but they get poor cell service. Yeah, I can. Can I actually narrow in West Virginia? I can. Wow, that is actually kind of surprising. Didn't think I'd be able to do that. But yeah, Grantsville, I believe that's like, let me look on the map here real quickly. Because I remember back when I was in West Virginia, they had like this whole state thing to where you had to memorize the counties and general cities in West Virginia, which is weird enough, but it is what it is. I believe that was what, like kind of in the middle of Clarksburg and Charleston. So it's about like right over here somewhere. How much snow could they get? Well, here, they could potentially get about 3 to 5 inches of snow possible. 3 to 5 inches of snow at minimum. At maximum, they can get higher than that, 5 to 8 inches of snow. And there goes my alarm.
It is 11 p.m., Nathan.
It is 11 p.m. It is. For people who don't know. There it is.
Stop neglecting the animals, Nathan.
Yeah, gotta go feed the chinchillas. I will when I go get water, because I will need water. But yeah, 5 to 8 inches of snow is definitely possible for your area. In regards to the timings, stuff won't start to move on through until about 12 in the morning. So there you go, 12 in the morning. You can see the timing above me for people who are curious. And then it'll approach the Charleston area in Kanawha County. Yeah, I'd say 12. Midnight tonight is when you guys can get your activity. And then it'll continue to linger on through. Won't be super significant, especially as you get towards the sunrise hours. So not really too much stuff there. And that goes for Morgantown, too. You know, you can also see the stuff that's over there in Morgantown as well. A lot of heavy snow from the 4 to 5 a.m. general time frame. And then things start to move on through. And let's actually take a look at that snow total. Mention Morgantown here real quickly. And yeah, 3 to 5 inches of snow. Definitely possible. If you're closer to Cheat Lake, you probably could get more. But otherwise, yeah, widespread 3 to 5 inches of snow. Unless if you're like over here in Oakland and Cumberland and Maryland. As well as, what I believe that's Mooresville. Is that Mooresville? Or Moorfield, jeez. Moorfield. I played there for tennis, so I was like, it's more something. It's more something. It's more something. I do have chinchillas. I have 6. I have 6. Quite a lot. Let's take a look at the radar over here with Mobile. Let's take a look at our storm that's over here near McIntosh. And it looks like it's trying to get organized a little bit. It looks like the echo tops are starting to peek up on it a little bit. This was it before. And you notice how it had a lot of these sea green, sea blue almost. These are basically cloud tops that go up to about 20 to 30,000 feet above ground level. And then once you go over here, you can see that it had a little bit of yellow here. And that was indicating above 30,000 foot echo tops over there as well. So there definitely was some activity. That's great. But yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, pretty tall thunderstorm here that is approaching the Tensaw area. Let's see if we can find any hail at the upper portions of the atmosphere with the storm. Actually, we do. Wow, let's take a slice through the storm. Yep, there is definitely hail at the upper portions of this storm. You can see the pink correlation coefficient a little bit lower up there too. So yeah, could be a little bit of hail. Can't really say that this is going to be a severe thunderstorm right now, though. But yeah, this definitely has a pretty nice looking hail core in the upper portions of the atmosphere. see if we can take a 3D of this. See if we can take a 3D of this thunderstorm here. And I completely forgot that my volume alpha settings is not set up. Boom. 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 There we go. I think that's good enough. Let's try that. Oh no. I'm messing it up. Do that. Cut that off. Do that. All right, I think that's a little bit better. That is definitely a little bit better. So let's go ISO surface. Yeah, we have some decent amounts of hail. Ooh, we also have a little bit of a inflow notch that's trying to develop, but it's not really doing a very good job of getting that inflow notch. But yeah, we definitely have a little bit of a cave right here, so a lot of this moisture is starting to get channeled into the thunderstorm. It's going to try and start to get a lot more organized. This is definitely a storm to watch 10 to 15 minutes from now. 10 to 15 minutes from now, it could be a little bit more intense. As Slippy has said in the chat, tornado watch has been issued. Oh! Oh! Wording is as follows: a few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes possible.
So they don't mention any strong tornadoes at all in the
MCD, but in the tornado
MCD,
watch.
But then they nice.
50-40 probs.
So basically, so almost what they're saying is any tornado has the chance to be strong.
Yes.
That's nice.
Ooh. I'm gonna need some more coffee. Yeah.
I'm out of here at probably 12:31 or so.
12:31. That's specific.
12:30 to 1.
I was about to say that's specific of a time, Morgan.
I hate people.
But yeah, there you go. There's your tornado watch. So I'm gonna add that on here now to my scroll text. I'm gonna add that to the scroll text. And you guys get to see how I do everything manually. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Spend the night.
I just make the comment of you receiving weird looks from everyone who will be in the future house that you live in.
Yeah. 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 I can't blame him.
So consider the following if you can.
File, save. Hopefully all that will be up to date now. And I think it is up to date now. There we go. So everything is good. We got our scroll text at the bottom. Says all the stuff with the tornado watch. And this is the reason why we decided to live stream tonight. So we're going to try, and you know, we always strive for the best radar analysis on YouTube. We're going to try and give it to you all here all night tonight. So hopefully we uphold that. Weather radio just scared me to death. Tornado watch in south central Georgia. There it is. So, yep, there's the breaking news, everyone. We're going to, you know what? There we go. That is how we are going to play our game. Breaking news, tornado watch issued. Put at the top part of our screen. So now we can get the information out more. So just for reference as to where this tornado watch got issued specifically, you guys see this giant red box that was outlined here. All right, if you guys were part of my stream a little bit earlier, this wasn't here before. All right, so this dark red box right here, all of this is the tornado watch. That goes from Pensacola all the way up to Dothan, up to portions of Albany, Tifton, down to Lake City in Florida, including Tallahassee, Panama City, Fort Walton Beach. All those areas, they're in a tornado watch. All right, the probability is as follows. You have that's for a corrected time. So they just issued the corrected time here until 6 in the morning instead of 7. So that's interesting. I'll fix that here in a second. But the probabilities of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within this tornado watch is 50%. There's a 50-50 chance that there could be 2 or more tornadoes. And another set of probability here, or set of probabilities, I should say, is 1 or more strong tornadoes, EF2 to EF5 tornadoes. And that's a 40% chance. So there is the potential for one of these tornadoes to potentially be strong enough to do damage, be stronger than a EF2. So we're going to continue to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. We're going to try and live stream all the way up until the early morning hours of tomorrow. It looks like this tornado watch is in effect until 6 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So we're going to try and live stream as close as possible to that. I'm probably going to want to get some coffee, but yeah, we've got that up. Let's get our watches and stuff text save. So what, 8,000. Done. Boom. Got that going. And we should be good. What about Florence, South Carolina? I think you guys are going to be more of a strong damaging wind threat, honestly. And it would be more near the 8 o'clock hours for you all. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, so. You're in the Coleman areas. You got a lot of mix in your area. Yeah. You wouldn't think that you guys would be getting winter weather down there, too. That's the weird thing about all that, so. Hopefully you guys stay safe over there. Especially since you guys don't really get a whole lot of this activity this time of year. You guys get some stuff, you know, in January, February, but other stuff. Yep. Hopefully, you know, we're hoping that these storms that are in this potential for a tornado watch isn't, you know, super significant. We hope that they don't produce tornadoes, but we live stream anyways, just in case if anything happens. So one thing I do want to say here right now is that now is a good time, if you know anyone who lives within this tornado watch, to tell them that this stuff could be happening to them. All right, could potentially get the chance for tornadoes within their general vicinity. So Pensacola, Dothan, Albany, you know, Tallahassee, Lake City. If you know anyone who lives within that general vicinity, or along I-10 from Pensacola to Lake City in Florida, you know, and even near the Albany general vicinity in Georgia and south of Albany, towards the Dothan areas, I would highly recommend telling them that this stuff could potentially happen tonight and that they need to stay weather aware. And, you know, if they want, you know, just coverage and stuff like that in general of what could potentially be happening tonight, you know, of course they can go on to their local news networks, but if they don't have that, if they don't have cable and stuff like that, then feel free to copy the link to this live stream and send it to them. You know, that's the best recommendation that I can give out to just people in general, is that just copy the link to the live stream and send it out to friends and family, you know, especially if they live within these areas. And if you know anyone who's on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, share it with them as well. You know, even share it on Facebook and Twitter in general, just as a post. Say, hey, if you want coverage of this severe weather, go to this channel. And I'll be able to get the information out to more and more people. So please be sure to do that. And a good way to help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube is by hitting that like button, hitting that thumbs up button down below. Good way to help me get the information out on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If you hit that thumbs up button more and more, it actually recommends my video to more and more people. And if they are, you know, searching for this type of content, they'll come up to my live stream and we'll be able to get the word out to more and more people. So I really do appreciate it if you guys would help me spread the information. Is Waycross, Georgia out of the tornado watch for now anyways? Yes, Waycross is just barely out of the tornado watch. Right here's the tornado watch. And it's, you know, for areas like Tifton, Albany, and stuff like that. And here's where you are. You are literally just barely out of the warning. So I have a feeling you guys could potentially get some sort, or watch I should say. I have a feeling you guys could potentially get some sort of weather watch tomorrow, whether it's severe or tornado watch tomorrow. But it would be during the daylight hours, fortunately for you all. So that's the good news. How's northern Minnesota looking? You guys should be fine. Does the Navy move their fighter jets away from Pensacola, or do they have special hangars? I honestly have no clue. I know during tropical weather, when hurricanes move on through into areas like Gulfport, they have the hurricane hunters over in Gulfport, and they move those away to like College Station in Texas. So I know they move those away, but I'm not sure what the protocol is for moving stuff away from, you know, air bases for severe weather. Will Norfolk, Virginia Beach see any tornadoes? Do I think? Not really. I think you guys are more of a strong damaging wind threat for your area. You can see here is the convective outlook for you all, and you guys are in the red, which is a 30% chance of strong damaging winds within a 25-mile radius, specifically 58 miles per hour or greater. So if you guys live within those areas, definitely would watch out for some strong damaging winds. But, you know, as for the tornado threat, I mean, you can see you guys are in the green, and that's a 2%. It's not a non-zero threat, but it is a low chance for tornadoes. So. But yeah, if you're in these, if you're in the green, if you're in the yellow, or if you're in the orange, that's your threat for severe weather tomorrow. And if you're not in that, if you're in the light green, you guys are getting general thunderstorms. You guys aren't getting a whole lot. And here's today's outlook, just a reminder for everyone. 1 out of 5 in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. So if you live within these areas, especially the yellow and the orange, you definitely should pay attention to the severe weather threat that could exist overnight tonight. And of course, as I said, I'll continue to cover this live all the way throughout the evening into the overnight hours and into the early morning hours of tomorrow as well. Of course, the threat for strong tornadoes is possible according to the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center. So if that does occur, we'll be here live. And we'll try and get the information out as best as possible. It looks like this tornado watch is south of Macon. So if you're in like Montgomery, Macon, Savannah, Augusta, Athens, You guys are a little too far north of this tornado watch. You guys could get some activity later on tonight. Maybe a severe thunderstorm watch or even a tornado watch is possible. But for right now, areas near Dothan, Albany, Douglas, Tallahassee, Lake City, Panama City, Pensacola, Atmore, Eufaula. You guys are in the tornado watch right now. Yeah, everywhere within this red box. Everywhere within this red box. You're in the tornado watch. Pearson, Georgia, what about you guys? You guys are... Looks like you guys are in the tornado watch. Yes, you are just barely in the tornado watch. So, you guys definitely need to watch out for the potential of some severe weather overnight tonight into tomorrow. Have a way to wake yourself up if, significant weather does arise within your general area. Please be sure to stay weather aware throughout much of the night if you guys can. %2 chance, Jessica. 2% is a relatively low percent chance, though. More likely fly the aircraft out of harm's way like they do with hurricane hunters. Oh, okay. What time are we expecting these storms to fire off? They are kind of firing off now. The thing of it is they're firing off this giant line and they're surging on inland. So it's just...
Which some of these storms are going to start to move ashore soon.
Yeah. Yeah, some of these storms are definitely something to watch.
We also do have something that is lightly rotating in the Mayo and Branford vicinity.
Yeah.
In the Bend, Florida.
Yeah, there's a storm over here near Branford, Mayo, O'Brien. And that's heading towards the Lake City area, too. So that's something to watch. Maybe already have a couple storms that's starting to rotate across the board here. So that's something to consider, guys. We're getting more storms that are starting to spin here. And it's probably inevitable that we're going to get at least a tornado warning here tonight.
A singular.
A singular tornado warning, at least.
Is that your guess on how many there's gonna...
Over or under? -1.
-1.
-1. Oh, what? I got 3D still ups. That's not.
I have various lack of trust for overnight Florida events, so I'm gonna say 4 as my
4.5. You got to do like a 0.5 or something like that. That's how it works.
Over, under, or hit. I say hit for a reason.
Yeah. These storms are definitely starting to surge on through, though. All right, so I probably am going to want to now get water. Now is probably going to be the best time to do so. But don't fret. All right, do not fret, guys. I will be back. And I will be back to covering these storms. And if I hear a little bing here, and you'll hear the bing too, you'll hear me run up the stairs as quickly as possible to try and figure out where the tornado warning is. And of course, Morgan will probably say something about it too.
You'll probably come up the stairs yodeling over.
Yeah, I probably will be freaking out over it. But the only place that I foresee there potentially being a tornado warning is either from the storm that's moving ashore near Horseshoe Beach and Steinhatchee, or the Mayo Branford cell.
Branford cell, yeah. I'm thinking that could get a possible warning soon.
They're all in the same radar, though. The one storm that's moving on shore, the other one that's just to the north and east of it. So. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go downstairs, get myself some water. I'm also gonna go and get myself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's probably gonna be the only snack I'm gonna have tonight. So consider the following if I can. I'll turn off my camera here real quickly, and I'll play the loop.
Chat, we already know we're gonna get a tornado warning when Nate's not here.
It's gonna happen. It usually happens anyways, so it's just my luck.
Almost imminent.
You can entertain chat for a little bit, Morgan.
Yeah, I plan on it.
Do you want to share your screen?
Nah, I'll just let you loop. I'm just gonna talk.
Okay. Sounds good.
Alrighty, folks. So for various reasons, there is this enhanced risk for tornadoes, like we've mentioned. The possible tornado tag 0.5, yeah. I already had one. Did we really already have one? Huh. Take off the Who takes off the jelly on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, please? That's not how that works. It's not legit. Oh my gosh, I'm tired. So if any of y'all have any questions about what is going on this evening, please be sure to let them be known in chat. New Orleans cellar. Was that tornado warning for yes. The one for not Thibodeau, but whatever area that was. Not Galliano either. Somewhere in that general area. Just southwest of southeast of or southwest, excuse me, of New Orleans. Something like that. Jelly is disgusting with peanut butter. That's an objective fact. It's not objective fact if it's incorrect. It is an opinion for sure. It is not an objective fact. Because an objective fact would be mostly agreed to in society, and that is probably not mostly agreed to in society. Hot take. Can't even eat peanut butter. That's a rip in the chat. You're missing out. As my girlfriend disagrees, but she's quite whiny and quite picky, so I don't take it from her. Okay. Stop yawning. I'm tired. I've been up since 6:30 because I go to school. I do not want to hear it. Storm looks like it's gonna shift to North Carolina eventually, not imminently, not immediately. That's really looking to happen in the morning hours, like the later morning hours. How much snow for Newmarket, Alabama? Newmarket. Let's take a look here. If I could spell, that'd be lit. So you're on the northern, you're in Huntsville. So you guys are actually in a winter storm warning for 2 to 4 inches of snow with near 5 inches in the higher elevations of that general area, with winds gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. So you guys could see up to 5 inches of snow in some spots. Again, like I said, the total of the general everything is just kind of 4 to 6. That's kind of what we're going to be expecting widespread with this storm system. And in addition, you guys may see some freezing drizzle as well as the system shifts up towards the north and east. What is greater than Nate Snyder? That's probably not true, frankly. Imagine being tired more than I can. Definitely. I've had a week. Definitely had a week. SPC update. I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say that.
Okay, we are back.
Tornado watch already got issued. I don't know what update you're talking about. Welcome back, Nate. You didn't get a tornado warning when you were making your food.
I'm kind of surprised, honestly.
Although now we have about 4 cells offshore that look like they could be tornadic at the moment. So that's nice.
That sounds about right. Let's take a look. Yeah, we might see a tornado warning from that cell that's heading towards Lake City. Not gonna lie.
Its structure kind of went yeet, though, so I would...
From a velocity standpoint, it's better.
Yes, it is, and Spectrumus shows a bit, but I'd be concerned about structure. Probably can't maintain.
To be fair, did this thing have the best structure to begin with?
No, never did. Never will. look at all the rain that's surrounding it. It's never gonna get a chance.
More than likely.
You're being requested to turn my volume up.
That a little bit better?
Ugh.
What's going on near Virginia Beach? You guys are probably getting some strong damaging winds tomorrow, so not really a whole lot. Here, let's see if this helps a little bit too. There you go. We just had the tornado watch, so that's probably what he was reading off.
Yeah. Nate already discussed that as referred to at the top of the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there isn't really going to be too much stuff that's going to occur over near Virginia Beach. You guys are more of a strong damaging wind risk. You guys could see a chance for a tornado tomorrow, but I don't really see it all too likely, honestly. So I think you guys should be fine for the most part. But yeah. Okay, glad to hear that it's a little bit better. Glad to hear it. Star Wars in real life. Yeah, this is near Pulaski in Tennessee. Look at that. We actually have some cameras that are over there that we can go towards.
Oh my god.
But yeah, look at that. That is like Star Wars in real life. Look at that. Going in light speed. Jeez. Yeah, that's crazy. Thanks, Caleb. Some snow in Arlington, Tennessee, 5 inches. Wow.
New giant marine warning covering basically the areas east of Apalachicola and northwest of, like, way northwest of Tampa. Just covers all those little supercells that are firing off right now.
Yeah. What about Pearl River? You guys are just going to get some general showers and thunderstorms there to move through your area. Nothing too special. You guys should be fine. Yep, it does. Someone said in the chat, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button. It helps me spread this information with more and more people on YouTube. So if you guys keep hitting that thumbs up button, we're almost at 400 people now that have all contributed to the stream. That'd be greatly appreciated. So thank you so much for helping me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. And the big thing here, guys, is that these storms are occurring overnight. Most people are going to be asleep. So if we can go ahead and try and get this information out now, if people are still awake, we can try and, hopefully get people more weather aware. And there is a tornado watch issued for a reason. There is a tornado watch for a reason. So definitely watch out. What about Panama City? Yeah, you guys definitely need to watch out tonight. All right. You guys aren't getting stuff quite yet. You guys could definitely get some stuff though later on tonight, probably at around 2 to 3. Is when these storms can really start to surge on through your area and could potentially become tornadic. So watch out if you could. Sup, Evan? Welcome back to the stream. How often do I stream? This is really interesting. Happy to have found me. Well, I am going to really be live streaming a lot this severe weather season. I try, I don't try to like boast all the time and stuff like that. And I don't really believe in boasting, but it's just kind of how I feel about myself and wanting to try and get, try to be the best in something. A lot of people have all sorts of different content, but what I try to orient my content around is analyzing weather radar and stuff like that. And so what I'm trying to strive for is the best radar analysis. I don't care about chasers all too much, although I would want chasers to help me get an idea as to what's happening so that I can try and get the information out more and more. But, I'm not going to let other people dictate as to what my channel does, what my channel is and stuff like that, at least for the live coverage. So,
and hey, whenever we imminently get that New Jersey high risk day, you'll have me out in the field for you. So
I'll probably be chasing too, because I got all my
that is true. And
I've got all my streaming equipment for my stuff. So,
and you have come out here for reasons that aren't chasing, so it's not like you couldn't do that.
I actually went out to northern New Jersey and to southern New York for chasing, just to chase a bus. So that was fun. It was even the funny thing about
guy has a Dodge Dart with a weather station on top of it.
It actually didn't have
gusty winds that don't even happen.
It didn't even produce any thunderstorms. It was a 70-30 that day, and I was considering the following.
It was a 70-30 for wind?
No, for tornadoes.
What day?
I can't remember. I didn't even stream it because there was
of course you can't.
There was no service, so I was just all right.
Event archive.
Either that or it was 50-30, but definitely had a 30 at the bottom.
New York. Was it a slight? Was it an enhanced? What do you got?
I think it was slight, if not enhanced. I think it was enhanced. It was definitely enhanced. And I think it happened 2020.
Well, then that's not right. You sure it happened 2020?
2019.
You're making me go way back. Do you remember time frame?
Summer.
Thanks.
It's the best I can do. Take it or leave it.
I swear, if this is the day, I am...
Definitely was not 20.
No, that was an enhanced for Arizona. Consider the following.
That really was. Okay, so these storms that are over here off the coast of Steinhatchee, yeah, these storms are definitely rotating more. I definitely could see them issuing a tornado warning here for the storms out in front of this. Would not be surprised, actually. Would not be surprised at all.
You talk about everything going on right now, I'm going to find this day because this is going to bother me if I don't.
There it is, OKT. Classic. Yep, Tallahassee now has Tornado Watch 42. That is correct. 50% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within the Tornado Watch, and a 40% chance of seeing a strong tornado, so definitely gonna have to watch out. Significant Weather Chat and Channel, what's up? Welcome to stream. Welcome, welcome. Nate Storm chasing stream when? Hopefully when I actually chase.
And hopefully it'll be me, and hopefully there'll be me in the background being the Reed Timmer and screaming my head off.
Yeah, there it is.
Because that provides the entertainment value. That's not it. What is that?
Look at that big line that's starting to form there from north of Montgomery all the way down to Mobile. Line looks like it's starting to kind of congeal a little bit more.
You sure it wasn't a moderate?
It definitely was not a moderate. There's no way it was a moderate. If it's a moderate, I'm considering the following.
I mean, you already are.
Was it a moderate? What day was the
Do you
moderate?
remember when in the summer?
What day was the moderate?
July something, late July.
Can you send me in DMs what the outlook
It
looked
wasn't the moderate. It wasn't in the Northeast. It was a moderate somewhere else.
Oh, then no. I probably would have live streamed if that was the case.
No, that's not a tornado watch. Nate, what the heck did you chase in the summer of 2019?
It was 8/27/20. Really?
If that's actually 8/27?
20.
Yeah, it was. What is this? I remember that.
Made me consider the following. I hated that.
I remember that. I was complaining about not being in a thunderstorm risk because I was in New Hampshire.
I hated that event so much.
It was a 530 sig 15 sig.
It busted so hard. I wanted to jump.
What even happened?
Nothing happened. Look at the
that was the
there was no tornado warnings issued.
Laura. That was Laura.
No.
Yeah.
No.
April. You said August 27, 2020, right? That's Laura. I'm looking at the watch.
Hold on. Excuse me.
Because then...
Grazie.
Yeah, that was Laura.
Then it definitely was not that day.
Are you sure about that?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna look through your channel and make sure you didn't stream Laura. Because...
Gee, some of these snow cameras are crazy.
Marco and Laura. Analysis. Oh, I think I found the stream. I'm just gonna double check. But I think I found it. Crap.
Sheesh. So here's some of the snow cams here in northern Alabama. Yes, you heard me correctly. This is northern Alabama. Do you think they would get snow? Can't really say so.
You did stream lore and you got 5,000 views at the time.
I sure did. That's mainly because I believe someone else had 10,000 views on his live stream at the one time, which was crazy. And it wasn't the one who gets the normal 10,000 this entire year, someone else, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, geez, some of these cameras are crazy.
Nate, either you're wrong or does September 3rd, 2020 mean anything to you?
Yes, I chased that day with Ethan in the Mid-Atlantic.
And a Roodle, right?
Yeah, I chased that day over in the Mid-Atlantic.
So it's either that you're talking about, or it's
No.
Laura. Because I don't see anything else.
September 3rd, I chased over in Maryland.
Yes, you did. I was looking at that.
So that's the day I missed the tornado by like 2 miles.
Yeah, I was laughing at you for it.
I hate you. It's not funny.
How on earth is New York involved in...
It was definitely not in April, and it was definitely not in 2019 that early.
Well, I just got greeted with...
It's probably in 2020.
I just got greeted with the March 25th high risk. That's
Might have been in like July. June or July. 2020. Something like that.
2020.
Yeah, that definitely was in
2020.
It definitely was 2020. It definitely was.
Are you lying to my face?
No. I don't remember doing a whole lot in 2019. No, although I chased the Annapolis tornado. That's the one that I was talking about where I missed it by like a mile or two.
Yeah.
We literally core punched it and was ready for intercept, and we missed it by a mile or two to the north.
Because didn't you run into a dead end?
We didn't run into a dead end. We tried to find a big field, and we did find a field a little bit further north, but we thought it was going to go a little bit further south. And then it just, well, we misjudged it.
That's new.
Anything for Tallahassee or Tampa? You got friends in FSU? For Tallahassee, yes, they're in a tornado watch. For Tampa, not really as much. You guys are getting some strong damaging winds from right around the 9 o'clock hours in the morning for you all. Tomorrow, 8, 9, 10, 11. It'll be out of your hair by 11 at the latest, though.
Nate.
Yes.
That? Question mark?
You know, that might have actually been it.
Giant wind threat.
Show me the other stuff too. Show me the Carfax.
2% though. Show you the what?
Show me the Carfax.
What do you mean?
Show me the other stuff. Might ring a bell. Maybe.
That was the reports.
No, that definitely was not it then.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
It moved. The storms moved from southwest to northeast, not from northwest to southeast.
Are you 100% sure it wasn't enhanced? Because I can probably make my life so much easier if it wasn't.
Probably not then. Let's go with slights.
Slights?
Let's go with slights. Where is this? Okay. This is in Florida, but Morgan and I are trying to figure out the day in which I chased and it just didn't happen.
Until stuff comes ashore, I'm going to use the time wisely and try and figure something out for my friend Nate here.
What about Biloxi? You guys are just getting scattered showers and thunderstorms. Not really too much activity for you all, luckily. But yeah, we're waiting for these showers and thunderstorms that could be tornadic to start to move on shore, and then once they do, we'll be here to cover them. And hopefully.
No, it's a 2%. Arc. Jeez, this is gonna really bother me. Was it 529.20?
Maybe.
You had a stream that day for storm chasing.
Maybe. Could have been it. Maybe.
Crap.
I've got no clue though.
That.
Could have been.
There were 2 severe thunderstorm watches, and the probs were 25 for tours.
No, I don't think it was. We definitely had a tornado watch. 100%. What state was it in? It was in northern New Jersey. That's where we chased. And then we went up to southern New York, and then we were like, you know what? We're going too far. I will say this, Morgan, there was a tornado in Connecticut. There was a confirmed tornado in Connecticut. It was like an EF1 or an EF2. I remember that much.
That'll actually help me more, I think. So.
And I think that was the only tornado that day. If not, there was like another 1 or 2.
Okay. Summer 2020.
Yeah, legend has it Morgan will be searching for the rest of his life. That's probably true. That's not gonna
probably
lie.
True.
I can't really, disagree for the time being. Meanwhile, we have some rain/sleet in Huntsville. Look at that. Wintry mix. That's crazy, too.
It's a 0 tour. I thought I might have had it too.
What about Ray City, Georgia? 7 miles north of Moody. You guys, I believe, are in... I think you guys are in the tornado watch as well. You guys could definitely get some activity here tonight, so I'd watch out for that. It's pouring rain over in Biloxi. Yeah, you guys could be getting some just general thunderstorms in general. What?
I found Isaias.
Oh yeah, that day was crazy.
That's how I found it.
Now, the thing of it is, Morgan, is I'm pretty sure that my chase occurred before Isaias. This was pre-Isaias. So.
Up tornadoes in Connecticut and promising. Outlook. Up, bingo, found it.
You did?
August 2.
August 2nd. Yeah, that definitely looks a lot more familiar.
And this was that.
Yep, that definitely was it. 100% my tornado
and there's your 50-20 tornado watch.
Yeah, there it is. 50-20 tornado watch. Just show me those storm reports again. Just
So you want the storm reports, Nate? Are you sure you want the storm reports?
Yes.
Are you 100%
No.
that you want the storm? Well, there's your goddamn storm reports.
There was more reports in southern Arizona than there was in Pennsylvania.
I think there was one report in Pennsylvania. think there was one. It was
Notice
wind.
how there was 2 in Arizona.
That is true.
I don't like this. I hate that day. That day was not fun. Never again.
I don't think you even streamed that.
I didn't because there was no service.
No, that's nice.
For people who are curious as to what day I chased, alright? This was the day right here. It was August 2nd, 2020. Our chase target was northern New Jersey. And while we were on our way up to northern New Jersey, there was a tornado over in northern Connecticut that went into Massachusetts. And we were like, okay, this is looking promising. They issued a tornado watch with 50-20 probs. All right,
And
so
then
we're
nothing else happened.
dude, it was terrible. There were literally storms that formed in Pennsylvania. They moved on through, and then they did nothing. They even deteriorated on its way over. It was terrible.
FYI, the Connecticut tornado was an F1.
Yeah, F1, F2, that's what I thought it was. Here, look. This was the outlook. This was the outlook for that day. That was the outlook. You had a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow. And then this was your tornado risk right here. 2% in green, 5% in brown. We were trying to chase the northern portions of New Jersey. And guess what? Luckily, nothing happened.
Ugh.
Or unluckily, I should say, for me, who wanted to check to see where a tornado could be.
So, Nate, with that being said, do you want to laugh at something else?
No. What about Fort Myers? You guys are a little bit too far south, my friend. A little bit too far south for this risk. But tomorrow you guys get some general showers and thunderstorms. Probably because you chased on a slight risk day. It wasn't that bad. What the heck is this?
You want the Outlook? The Outlook looked funny. Wait. Yeah, here you go. Here's the Outlook for it.
How come I
Because
can't...
why... There you go.
How come I can't remember this day?
Crap. It was a cold front mesoscale accident.
Oh.
There was a shallow convective squall that developed out in central Ohio, pushed east. By then, there was about 200 surface-based cape that advected in the DC area. So more storms formed there, and as the cold front pushed north and east, another narrow squall formed, which actually ended up being pretty decent in terms of damaging wind gusts. Part of my town lost power. Part of my town had downed trees. That pushed off to the north and east. It was like 60 degrees, too. It was barely even warm.
Yeah.
It was literally a 15 for wind, and that was it. And if I recall correctly, I'm going to just look at meta-analysis here for it. Yeah, this sounding in particular sums up well the entirety of the event. Look at that.
Oh. Interesting.
When it comes to just look at the helicity and cape value, helicity and shear values.
Is the tornado
Should
coming
not-
to Greensburg, Pennsylvania? Nope. Nope, Pennsylvania's fine. They're gonna get some snow, though. They're gonna get quite a bit of snow.
Something that should not have occurred. I'm gonna pull this up here for a sec. Calendar November of 2020 15. Next map.
Blizzard looking snow in middle Tennessee. Jeez. Yeah, you guys are going crazy over there. Columbia, Tennessee right here. We'll watch this a little bit. You can see the snow. Thunder snow in New Market, Alabama. Sheesh.
There's that. That was at 21Z.
Oh, sheesh.
Yeah. So that was a mistake of a day that just produced a couple larger widespread squalls fueled by the wind shear. And boom, 500 wind reports.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It also kind of occurs when it impacts an area that has 1, 2, 3 metros in it, I think.
Hmm.
On Pittsburgh, New York City, DC, I guess Philly counts. Buffalo got impacted.
Jeez. Is the snowstorm the
Yeah.
same one that went through southern Ontario? Because we only got 3 inches. Yeah, you guys are pretty much mostly done over there in southern Ontario, honestly. It's now starting to move more into the Quebec general vicinity. And even then, they're not really going to get a whole lot from the storm, from the looks of it.
Oh, and FYI, for the people that said legend has it, I'll be looking for Nate's chase day all my life. Cope and seethe.
Excuse me. Could that line in central Alabama produce a tornado? I'd say if you're in the southern portions of the line, there could be the potential for something over there. Let's see if I can find. Is this closer? Evergreen? Could be something over there. Let's take a look. Mobile. It doesn't look like it. I think the environment is too shallow for tornadic development along the line at this time. I think it'd be more of a strong damaging wind risk, honestly. So I can't really say a whole lot. You only got a weather advisory? Well, that makes sense. Makes a bit more sense. It is past midnight for the people who live in Eastern Standard Time. 24 hours
And
from now, we will lose an hour.
yeah, happy daylight savings eve, y'all.
24 hours from now, we will lose an hour. Sounds like a riddle.
Without cursing, I'm gonna say about effing time.
Yeah, there it is.
Because goodness, I'm tired of having to use 5 hours to convert instead of 4. Drives me insane.
What are the chances for burnt corn? Excuse me. Jeez, yeah, I'm yawning all over the place right now. I mean, I don't think it's a huge chance. But hey, there's quite a bit of lightning, so could see some popcorn out there in the field, unless if you you cook it up yourself, which some people could. Some people could. Just about to ask about the QLCS NATOs on the line. It doesn't look like that line will materialize until a little bit later. So there you go. Zach Attack with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Everyone say thank you to Zach. I really do appreciate
Welcome.
it. It has been snowing here for a bit here in Smyrna. Just a picture of the winter weather channel in your Discord. Keep up the good work. Yep, I'll definitely take a look at that, but I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can find here. If you guys want to join, I was gonna say, if you guys want to join the Discord server, feel free to do so. I'll put an invite link here for the people who want it. It's also in the description down below if you can't join this link. But yeah, feel free to join the Discord server. First off, you got to verify yourself, and then you got to accept the rules and the terms of service by going to the rules and hitting the check mark. So if you do that, you'll be able to gain access to the server, and hopefully you'll have a good time here.
I don't like the trend that I'm observing thus far with cells getting to the shore and then losing everything they have.
It is relatively early, though.
That is true, but
that also kind of tells me a little bit more that if these storms continue to form like this, with the enhanced level of Cape that is expected to be consolidated later on tonight, that's just more energy for these storms to go off of and even sustain.
The rain is not helping.
Well, yeah. It is a giant conga line. It is a giant conga line. True facts. Any predictions for spring NATO season? Yeah, March and April, specifically late March into early April. Even into late April.
Better not be late April, or I'm going to lose my mind. Better not do it.
For a completely separate reason, too. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's probably going to be active for the southern portions of the United States. I don't really foresee, a whole lot of the northern plains getting into the activity, so I think they'll be fine. But if you're in like traditional Tornado Alley, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, as well as Dixie Alley with Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, probably should stay weary of severe weather. What radar app do I use that has the webcam views? This is Radar Omega. Radar Omega is a pretty nice radar application, but the only thing about the cameras is that you gotta have like some sort of subscription. So like some sort of monthly charge in order to view the cameras and stuff like that, if I remember correctly. Watch there not be any tornado warnings. Well, there was a tornado warning earlier on today in New Orleans, so that is incorrect. But watch there not be another tornado warning from now on. Yeah, I mean, that could happen. We already have a marine thunderstorm wind gust report. We already have a marine wind gust report. 46 miles per hour with these storms off of Apalachicola. So these storms are definitely starting to kind of bring the heat a little bit. Scusa, s'il vous plaît. How does Montgomery look for the severe storms tonight? Well, they are about to kind of get the line here that'll move on through. As soon as this line moves on through, honestly, which will, be in your general vicinity within the next 5 minutes. As soon as they move on through, you guys should be fine for the rest of the night, to be completely honest with you. If you guys would like to help me share this information with more and more people, please be sure to do so. Remember, these storms are going to be occurring overnight, so a lot of people aren't really going to be able to, be aware of these storms unless if they know beforehand. And even though it's midnight right now, if some people are still awake and they're falling to sleep, we can try and spread the information to them that this stuff could occur here in the southeastern portions of the United States. If you live within these yellows or these oranges right here, if you live within these areas, you need to watch out for the threat of severe weather and potentially even tornadoes that can occur within your area here tonight. Tonight into tomorrow morning. So please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream. Spread it with friends and family via text message, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, just as like a post or something like that. Because the more information we can get out, and just even getting out our social media, our live stream out, the better. Because there could be some people that could have power outages in some of these instances. Tree could fall down, lightning strike hits a power pole or whatnot, and they don't have cable, or people could just not have cable in general, and they go to social media to try and figure out what's going on. And so that's where I come in. If we can try and get my name out to more and more people here on the platform, then that would be greatly appreciated, so that we can try and get crucial information out to people who could potentially need it. And a good way to also help me get this information out is by hitting that like button down below. If you hit that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. We're almost up to 500 likes, so please be sure to hit that thumbs up button. That's the reason why I always ask that in my videos and stuff like that. It helps me get recommended to more and more people on YouTube. It's all about getting the information out.
Yeah, I think we might get a tornado warning here soon for the Deckle Beach cell. That one looks like it's holding itself together, unlike the Steinhatchee cell.
Yeah. So we could get something. What about Columbia, South Carolina? They could probably get some strong damaging winds later on tonight. Maybe even the chance for a tornado. Sometime around 4 to 5 in the morning. But for the most part, you guys could probably get your activity.
One thing I just noticed for the other cell is that there was another cell that was merging with it at the time that it was moving onshore. That may have been what killed it, frankly.
Yeah. But yeah, that cell definitely, nice little mini supercell there that has some pretty interesting ZDR, interesting updraft characteristics. This thing is definitely trying to surge on shore. Might potentially see something here. And just for reference, guys, as to where this is. Here's these storms that are moving on shore right here that have the potential of them being tornadic. We'll go into the further dissection of what's happening with these storms here in a bit. But here is the Big Bend of Florida right here. And here's Tallahassee. There is Lake City. And then here is Interstate 75 as well as Interstate 10 right here. So this is the storm that we were talking about in question right over here. And this is heading off to the north and east towards the general vicinity of Mayo. So if you know anyone that lives near Mayo here in Florida, I highly recommend telling them to go ahead and, start taking their proper precautions if they can. But this storm definitely is kind of rotating a little bit. I keep referring over here to the ZDR here. ZDR, or the differential reflectivity, Z kind of is silent, refers to whether or not particles in the atmosphere are either vertically stretched or horizontally stretched. And what I mean by that is, if it's vertically stretched, it looks more like a raindrop. You kind of see how raindrops are more of like a vertical type shape here, a bit of an oval-like shape here, a vertical oval. Whereas if it's a lower ZDR, it's more neutral. It's kind of like 0. And then if it's ever negative, if it's ever in the negative value, so very dark gray, that's when it's horizontally stretched. And that can either mean hail, debris, whatever. But for the most part, what we got here is we got a lot of rising motion in the atmosphere here. meaning that we do have a very strong updraft associated with this shower and or thunderstorm and or mini supercell at this point. And if I try and take a slice through this storm to try and see what the storm looks like here from top to bottom, let's try and figure out. Ooh, now that's interesting. Let's see if I can slice through that now. There we go. Look at that. Wow. So yeah, we got a lot of particularly strong updraft characteristics with the storm. And you can see right here, a lot of this red here, this red line that kind of just is tilted on its side a little bit. So it picks up the rain, it shoots it up in the sky. Up here, the upper portions of the storm, it congeals, either forms as hail or heavier amounts of rain, and then it falls straight back down. And then the cycle repeats to where when it falls back down, it falls over here, it gets wrapped around as a hook, and then it shoots back up again, rinse and repeat. So we do have that right here. We do have a little supercell that is trying to organize itself. And I would not be surprised if this thing becomes our first associated tornado warning with our tornado watch here later on. So we'll watch out for that as this moves on through. I keep referring to this here. This is the not the reflectivity, I'm sorry. This is the velocities. And the storm relative velocities tell us that the greens are winds moving towards the radar and reds are moving away. Now, I just had my thing updated, so I have to move my arrows again. But greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation actually is at. And this is counterclockwise spin right within here. Whenever you see counterclockwise spin, that can be attributed towards tornadic rotation for the most part. And you can tell radar's over here near Tallahassee, so that green does verify and that red does verify as well. Why is it green? Why is it red? Well, that's just what the program says. It's always red and green for the most part. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. Of course, you can change it if you wanted to, but for the most part, the default way of understanding as to whether or not that stuff is, actual rotation is usually with greens moving towards and reds moving away. So there's that. It looks like this storm is trying to produce quite a bit of hail here. We have very high amounts of ZDR, meaning we have a very strong updraft here at this time with the storm. And we have a lower amount of correlation coefficient, which means that we're getting something that's other than rain here for the most part. You can see we have a lot of red around, and then we have these yellows, oranges, greens, and even blues in some instances. That means that we're getting something that's other than rain, and in this case, it's more than likely hail. We got quite some bits and bobs of hail over here, so the storm is definitely trying to get its act together. We have really high amounts of KDP too, indicating a lot of concentration of rain and moisture, so sheesh. Watch out for that as this moves on through. As the event started, it's about to start. Tornado watch has been issued, so it's kind of starting to work that way, if you will. But yeah.
And the funny thing is I'm about to leave.
Yeah, that is really funny. Which means I'll have to
spearhead this yourself.
Yeah, I'll fight for myself. But it is what it is.
Hey, if I didn't have anything to get up for tomorrow, I'd probably stay up with you. But
yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
That's fine.
I don't know why I struggled to put together a word there. It was sad.
You're just like me. Trash.
Nice.
Looks like Apalachicola is now starting to get hit by that line of storms. But it's not really super tornadic over there unless if it's further offshore. So that's the good news. Zachary with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, man. That really does mean a lot to me. Everyone say thank you to Zachary.
You're welcome.
That really does mean a lot to me. It says, just joined the stream. What do I think about Central Midlands around the Columbia, South Carolina general vicinity? I think you guys are probably going to get more of a strong damaging wind risk. I think you guys are a little bit too far to the north to really get in the main activity. But I do think you guys could get some severe weather regardless. Strong damaging winds, maybe even a spin up, a tornadic spin up and stuff of the sort. You can see here that storms really don't start to uptick in activity until about 2 in the morning. You can see right above me, there's the time. So around 1 to 2 in the morning is when stuff really becomes kind of, scattered. And then the line starts to move on through sometime around 6 to 7. I'd say 6 o'clock. And then by then, that's when the main threat is gone. You get some lingering showers and thunderstorms after that, but it's not really too much for the most part. But yeah, I really do appreciate that, Zach. That really does mean a lot to me. It really does. In all honesty, which American state gets the most severe weather annually? Texas, because it's so big. True facts. There's a storm off the coast of Apalachicola that looks like it's kind of doing things, so that's kind of interesting. Yeah, this is definitely not a debris signature. A lot of hail that just kind of spewed on through, so we're not really looking at something too tornadic here. It looks like the velocities has also decreased quite a bit as well. But we definitely could have had a water spout over the water, too. With the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says your bromance is legendary. That's classic. That's classic. Classic. Great common sense answer. I know, right? Is Indiana safe? Yeah, for the most part, they are safe. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, this storm over here that's south of Apalachicola needs to be watched for sure.
What needs warning yesterday?
No, I wouldn't say it needs warned yesterday because it's still off the coast. But
That is true.
It's definitely a supercell. It's definitely 100% a supercell.
Which, FYI, the cell that just moved to shore just about did the same thing that the other one did. So,
kind of deteriorated a little. It looks like it's in a better shape though, when it, compared to the other storms.
Yes, but it's also surrounded by crap.
It's got a ZDR arc. That's something different.
Oh goodness, yeah, because the shape of the storm is an arc,
which means
it's got inflow and it's got the rotation. Doesn't mean it's producing a tornado, but
it's trying. It's definitely trying.
Folks, for locational reference, this is moving up into the Salem vicinity in Florida.
Someone just asked a good question. This camera's a little too far north. This is in Mayo, Florida. We can't really see a whole lot. But yeah, I don't really have a whole lot of live cameras for these areas. I wish I did. If there was anyone who had any idea of, any live cameras that are in these areas here of Florida, that'd be greatly appreciated, honestly, because I have, no clue if there are any. I mean, I've searched for them myself before, but honestly don't really have a huge idea. Yeah, Weast. Everyone's now bringing the Weast memes back.
Hmm.
Oh, my misery. Yeah, I'm never gonna live down Weast.
No, you're not.
Time for me to go Southwest. Sheesh. See a low pressure about to move into northwestern Georgia. Could we expect severe storms, or are you in the clear? Northwestern Georgia, you guys are you guys are in a winter storm warning. That doesn't tell you everything. I don't know what does. I wouldn't say you guys are getting a whole lot of severe weather. I think you guys could be getting a lot of winter weather here relatively soon. Prattville, Alabama is getting a lot of high gusts. Isn't that northern Alabama? Geesh, if that's the case, you guys... Everywhere in northern Alabama is getting quite a lot, apparently. At least the grill isn't on fire. There's just been so many moments on this channel. It's been so funny. Every stream we will bring up Weast. Well, there it is. Can you look at Seaverville? Yeah, I can. Let me pull it up where that is on Google Maps here real quickly so I can try and figure out. Oh, that's Knoxville. Okay. So Knoxville, right here, if we take a look at current radar, Knoxville is under a bit of rain right now, but you can see the Arctic boundary is starting to surge a bit further east, all right? The snow is starting to move further and further towards your general vicinity. Sorry for blinding you all. So, if we take a look at when this actually starts to move on through, well, it will start to kind of go through your general vicinity sometime around 1 to 2 in the morning. All right, so within the next half an hour to an hour from now is when the snow will actually start to move on through. And it'll be heavy snow at first. Heavy snow, probably the heaviest snow you will probably get from this event will be, you know, from when the rain turns into snow. So you'll get heavy snow, and then the snow will start to kind of veer off. It'll be lighter snow. You'll get residual flurries that'll stay throughout the area until about 10 to 11 in the morning, to when you guys should kind of be out of the way for a little bit. So, but yeah, you guys are in a winter storm warning, and you guys could potentially get 3 to 5 inches of snow as well as 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So please be safe if you guys can. Yeah, that cell near Apalachicola is a little concerning. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That cell near Apalachicola is a little concerning. If that moves over land, we could be talking about a tornado here. I'm trying to see these other storms. I mean, they are rotating, but they're not super strong. And they're kind of deteriorating a little. So this is really the only storm right now to watch for. But of course, as I said, you know, as we get towards the 2 o'clock hours, that's when things are kind of at its peak, and then it'll start to deteriorate as it gets towards the 4, 5, 6 o'clock hours. And then, you know, as I said, we'll be thinking about shutting the live stream down at like 4 or 5 in the morning, maybe even 6 in the morning.
You'll be thinking about shutting the live stream
Yeah,
down
Morgan,
at 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah, Morgan, you'll be going here, and at most a half an hour, at minimum now. So
Give it another 5-10 minutes or so.
there it is. No problem, Mary. Thank you so much for coming out to the channel. And I appreciate you sharing the content as well. As I said, all this stuff is overnight activity. So we'll be here live throughout much of the night here tonight. If you know anyone who lives within these areas that, we were talking about earlier for the severe risk, all right, we'll turn off the radar here real quickly. If you're in the yellow or in the orange, you should be weather aware. All right, whether you stay up to date with the channel here, whether you are, you just have a weather radio, whether you have notifications on for your phone, that updates you as to whether or not you get warnings and stuff like that. That's up to you. I highly recommend you stay up to date with, someone who has radar there, though, or if you have radar, that would be a good way of doing so as well. Purchasing a $10 radar application like Radar Scope or Radar Omega. That would be useful to you so that you can be able to, understand as to where some of the storms are moving off towards, and you can figure that out. But, if we could try and spread the information, copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family and social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatnot. If people don't have cable, say they get in a power outage or they don't have enough money to afford cable and stuff like that, they can come out onto social media, which most people do go out to social media for that type of information. And if they just so happen to stumble on the live stream, which, I'm assuming quite a few of you have stumbled on the live stream here today, and, we're interested in the severe weather threat here tonight. So similar to how you guys came, other people can come too, and we can be able to try and get information out to them as well. And it's all about spreading the information to as many people as possible. So if you guys could please be sure to do that. And also by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people. So we're actually 7 likes away from 500 likes, 500 people helping me spread this information to as many people as possible. So if we hit that thumbs up button some more and get that to over 500, we can get it up to 600, 700, 800 and stuff like that. It's all one giant team that we're all forming here. So if we can continue to try and get this information out, that would be greatly appreciated. So yeah, that helps me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Aubrey with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says thanks for being so kind and updating us. I really do appreciate you coming out to the stream as well. And, just thank you so much. Thank you so much for the generous donation, the support to the channel. I really do appreciate it a lot. I really do.
But can I sneak a word in here for a second about the winter weather threat?
Go for a word.
So for the folks that live up in the Northeast, basically from the Mid-Atlantic North, that are going to be impacted by the winter weather, one thing that I am noting at the moment with the convection allowing models, just ignore the convection allowing thing for a second here. This takes into account temperature differentials, and the models are running warm. The interesting thing about that is they finally corrected themselves today when it comes to the vorticity max, as this pushes off towards the north and east later on. Technically this morning, but the models are still running warm, which could mean more snow farther east and heavier snow if you're already in an area that is going to get snow.
Yeah.
So that's just something that we should be bearing in mind as well. It's something that I saw popping up on Twitter as well.
Mm-hmm. What are the chances for a tornado in Ocala? You guys are right on the border of the threat for tornadoes here. You guys could potentially get some activity from, 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock when the line moves on through, but it's not really going to be as big of a threat as what we're getting tonight. What station are you using for radar? You're trying to track it? I'm using all sorts of radar stations. I've got 6 tabs of radar opened up here. So all sorts of stuff across the board here, but the radar application that I'm using here for for people who are curious is GR2 Analyst. Best radar program by far, by a landslide. But it's only available to computer.
GR Mobile when?
Yeah, I know, right? Thanks, Sapphire. I really do appreciate you coming out to the channel, and I hope you stay safe, my friend. I hope you stay safe. Does the risk level rise for South Carolina and North Carolina, or does it stay in the yellow? So for tomorrow, you guys actually have this risk right here. So you see how the risk actually moves further towards the east. So you have your yellow and your orange here, your 2 out of 5 in yellow and your 3 out of 5 in orange. This is mainly for strong damaging winds. The tornado risk is not really as large, and the window of opportunity is relatively smaller, which is the good news. So there isn't as much here to look at as there once was. You know, like hours before. Looks like the cell that was over near Apalachicola is kind of deteriorate. Oh my goodness, I cannot speak. Time for me to die. Time for me to die. Put him down. Put him down. Take him off.
You still got 4 hours left, dude.
I'm fine. It'll be fine.
No, you're not.
Yeah, the cell near Apalachicola is deteriorating.
Hey.
Now, there's a couple other cells outside that are, you know.
Outside your house right now.
I was referring to outside that cell.
I don't see anything outside. Very dark over here by me.
Are you in the cell?
Huh?
Are you in the cell?
Not yet. Ask me in 10 hours.
I'm going to start counting to 10 hours then.
In seconds.
Yeah, this is the real Nate. My speech is slurred. There's definitely something wrong with me.
Promise y'all, he doesn't have a drug addiction.
I don't. I really don't. Never touched it.
He did sprain his ankle, though.
That sucked. I hated that.
Is it healing at least somewhat?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit better. How do you get the outlook on GR2? Didn't even know that was possible. It isn't. You got to get GR Earth. Yeah, get GR Earth for that. This is GR Earth right here. GR Earth and GR2 pair very well with each other. So, what color table am I using for my base reflectivity? The radar scope color table. I'm going to be using that from now on because most people typically have radar scope, and I know some people are adjusting to radar omega because it's being, you know, someone's getting sponsored and they're kind of self-promoting it all over the floor, but this just seems to have the best color tables for the most part. I know you can change it with omega and stuff like that, but this seems to be the way to go for the most part.
What is going on here? Not much at all, to answer your question.
Yep, it'll start to kind of fire off a little bit later on. Speaking of firing off, it looks like the supercell that is near Indian Pass is starting to kind of congeal a little bit.
I wouldn't call that a supercell, but...
What do you mean you wouldn't call that a supercell?
You call that shape a supercell, my friend?
Dude, you can clearly see it's detached from the other mass of red.
So?
That's a supercell.
Not really.
Yes. It definitely is.
I can hear the weather community cringing.
It definitely is. It looks like it's trying, but there's just so much rain around it right now. It's got
yeah, there's too much crap.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna get out of here though.
Yeah. Nothing much, Joe. How about yourself?
All right. Hopefully nothing too bad happens. I mean, obviously we're early, but nothing much has happened thus far. So, Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I plan to chase locally tomorrow. I'm
Mm,
not going
ha.
far east or far west though.
Ha.
Probably I'm probably just staying in my county.
Yeah.
But like I said, full send for storm season. Not right now though.
Doesn't that sound about right?
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to get out of here. Nate, you have fun. Chat, you have fun. I'll talk to y'all later on.
Alrighty. See you later, Morgan.
All right. Enjoy your coffee.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to
need
make
it.
some here in a bit.
Yeah. All right. Deuces.
But it is what it is.
Indeed.
Alright, there goes Morgan. So Morgan is now gone. That has indeed happened. And now we are on our own. Good news, however. The day 1 Convective Outlook just got issued. So that just updated. And here's your outlook for tomorrow. Unfortunately, with GR Earth, it doesn't really give you the opportunity to adjust between what the day 1 and the day 2 is. But now this is the new day 1 outlook. You can see the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale over here that extends from Virginia Beach all the way down to Savannah. And you can also see the tornado risk, which extends from St. Petersburg and Tampa all the way up towards Jacksonville, Brunswick, Savannah, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, and then all the way up towards Elizabeth City and Kill Devil Hills. So that sounds about right there, my friends, but we don't need the Convective Outlook anymore. Or actually, we can still use it, but we know the real threat is over here in the Tornado Watch right now. So we just wait. What do the tropics look like right now? Not very active. They are very underwhelming at this time. It's not really tropic season, so. Doesn't really do a whole lot. I want to look up something here real quickly, if you guys don't mind giving me like 15, 20 seconds. Give me a couple seconds. Okay, that's all I needed to see. Thankful to stream tonight. Tallahassee last tornado last year lifted since. Sheesh, that's crazy. Well, yeah, I'll be covering this all the way through for the most part until much of the activity is done and over with. Glad you're covering tonight. Gonna be excited like Dave's covering. You think Ryan Holloway's gonna cover too? I heard Ryan isn't gonna cover, but that's just me. I'm looking at his channel, and it looks like he's streaming in the Storm Seeker. So So he's going to do a live stream in the Storm Seeker, which sounds about right. He's doing that within the next minute, which is kind of funny. But he's not covering the actual event. We are covering the actual event. We are doing our radar coverage. But yeah, I know David's covering. And of course, we are covering too. So severe thunderstorm warning that's just got issued. Severe thunderstorm warning just got issued over the Apalachicola area. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with a tornado possible tag. So there it is. Bunch of these storms that are moving on through into the Apalachicola area. Possibly could have something tornadic within that. So we'll watch out for that. But yeah, it seems these storms are continuing to move on through. And that's your tornadic threat for the most part. I want to see here real quickly. Draft helicity. Interesting. I'm gonna look at the reflectivity here. So it looks like as soon as this line passes Tallahassee, so the 3 to 4 o'clock time frame here, which is about an hour and a half to 2 hours away, probably 2 hours away more or less, is when the line starts to approach. As soon as that line starts to congeal, that's when it's more of a strong damaging wind risk. So window of opportunity is starting to kind of force itself a little bit, but in that same time frame, there could definitely be a couple of tornadoes that could form from these storms. So we're gonna have to watch. Gonna have to definitely watch. If you guys could, please be sure to help me get this information out to more and more people. I know I've said it like 5 or 10 times already today, but you know, once again, it's all about trying to get the information out to more and more people. So please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family and on social media. You know, send a text message to people. Send it to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, stuff like that. Just a good way to help me get information out to more and more people on YouTube. That would be greatly appreciated. And another way to help me get information out to more and more people on YouTube is by hitting that thumbs up button. That actually gets me out to more and more people's recommended feeds on YouTube, which is I'm assuming the way a couple of you have found my channel. If we actually take a look at our subscriber count, you can see we gained quite a bit of subscribers here. So I really do appreciate you guys coming to my channel and staying tuned. Really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate the support. So thank you so much. What's up, Jazz? How do? I do agree, Brad. I think this could easily have been a 5. I said that at the beginning of the stream, actually. I thought it was going to be more of a 5% chance for tornadoes. But because it's an overnight threat, we're going to want to, stream it anyways. Zella, how do? Welcome to the stream. 60-mile-per-hour winds are more than enough to start a grill fire. There it is. At least the grill's not on fire, huh? Let's see if any of the winter weather warnings have been updated. Doesn't look like they've expanded the blizzard warnings, which is the good news. But, you know, there's blizzard warnings nevertheless, so that's not really good. Not really good to see. I'm still in a winter storm warning, which that's the consider the following moment if I have never seen one before. Sounds about right. I appreciate the subscription, I really do. Does Arkansas have tornadoes? Nope, not really. Not really all too likely. Not really, Jazz. Not really. I've had a couple interesting storms that have had rotation, including this supercell that's off the coast of Deckle Beach. This one, something to watch, because this is a pretty gnarly looking supercell. Might be something to watch in the future. Definitely, for sure. But yeah, that's definitely something to watch. The storm right here. Hmm. Just saw something that popped up on my screen to the left. Interesting. It's a satellite imagery here. Let's pull that up here with Earth. These storms back here in the Pensacola area, it's kind of deteriorated, but these storms over here in Montgomery have kind of fired off a little bit. So that's something that I was just like, you know, really watching that. Maybe the elongation of that line could potentially form maybe a spin up or two, but otherwise, the only storms to really watch out for is this big convoy right here. So yeah, look for Hagerstown, Maryland for the People's Convoy. It's gonna be snowy. Definitely some snowy and stuff like that. Well, I'm glad to hear that nightmare. Nightmare. I'm assuming it's nightmare because neon. No one better clip that, I swear. If they do, I will. Yes. Sus. Speaking of sus, little rotation that's near Carabel could potentially produce a little bit of rotation right there. So we'll watch that. We'll watch that. Yep, night, Eric. Night. But yeah, we got 2 areas to watch here. Two areas to watch, for sure. What am I thinking about the Albany, Georgia area? I think it's scattered showers and thunderstorms for your area right now. I think it's going to be more of a strong damaging wind risk. That's what I'm starting to lean towards right now. Hmm. Yeah, there it is. You can make a montage of me mispronouncing things, probably be an hour long though. That'd be an ultimate reaction video too. Nate reacting to how many times he's gotten a city or town incorrect. Mispronouncing it. Meh. Sounds good, Joe. Have a good night's sleep, my friend. Did you miss anything? Any tornado warnings yet? Nope, although we probably could have one here soon with a couple of these storms. Looks like activity is probably going to start to uptick here in a bit. Or at least it's going to try. At least it's going to try. Besides the 2 back in New Orleans, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of tornadic cells over the sea right now. They're trying to march inland. They are definitely trying to march inland. They're definitely trying. Could be better, could be worse, Jazz. Could be better, could be worse. Yeah, activity doesn't really start to really fire off until about 2. Let's see if I can get some of the timings here for Tallahassee. All right, so you see storms really don't start to move on through until about 2 in the morning. And then right around 3 in the morning is when storms really start to kind of leave for the most part. And that's probably what I'm going to start, thinking about calling quits with the stream, honestly, because once this starts to become a more strong damaging wind threat, it's not really super tornadic besides some quick spin up tornadoes, but they're not like the classic tornadoes that, do significant amounts of damage and stuff like that. So it's kind of like half and half. But the threat definitely is still there for the potential of some storms over to potentially become tornadic. So we'll watch. We will definitely sit here and we will watch. And we will try and see if some of these storms do potentially produce here. Does that mean Macon is safe until like 3 or 4? At that point, the storms would have diminished. That's a good question. Let's take a look at that. Because I have no honest answer right now. Yeah, Macon is about 3. 3 in the morning is when you guys get your activity. And then when that passes, which would be around 5, then you should be fine. You thought there's a 10? There is a 10. There is indeed a 10 right now. Here's the valid outlook here for today. 10% chance for tornadoes. Right in there. The main reason is because of this line of storms, or these lines of storms that are surging on through into the coastline right here. So if these storms continue to do so, they'll continue to rotate, produce tornadoes that could potentially spin up and then become water spouts and then surge onshore. So that's what we're watching out here for tonight. That is what we are watching out here for tonight. When is Jacksonville, Florida activity? What can we expect? Strong damaging wind threat for you guys, honestly. Not really anticipating you guys to get a big time tornado threat. As for when, 6 to 7 in the morning. I say 6 because that's probably the earliest. Something of the sort right around there. Can water spouts hit land and become tornadoes, or do they break up and then later become tornadoes? Both. If they move over land, they then become tornadoes. So both. Good question, good question. If you guys have questions and stuff like that, feel free to, ask them. I will definitely try my best to answer. I appreciate that, Georgina. Ground is turning white in Morgantown? Sheesh. You guys are definitely starting to get your, starting to get a couple of bands of precipitation across your area. You can see there's your snow. Starting to get over your area, so yep. I'd say that report is correct. I'd say that report's correct. What's up, Hobie's Flower Shop? How do? Welcome back, welcome back. Getting sleepier already? Want to watch Peak of the Storm system, though? Oh yeah, I'm already sleepy. We got an hour until the peak occurs, and then afterwards, we can go to sleep. Nate, you said at least one tornado warning. You sure we can get one? Starting to look it's starting to look not too good for my prediction, right? Haven't had anything in the 3.5 hours of us streaming. But we'll get one. We'll get one. Not that I want one, but just knowing how everything is working, we'll probably get one. Sadly done with snow in Akron? Yeah. Yep. There was a strong EF2 waterspout that hit Florida earlier this year. I do remember that. I actually do remember that. So yeah. Georgina with the 4, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, if I could take that coffee from the emoji and just start drinking it up, probably would be the most helpful. So, but thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the generous donation, support to the channel. Might be a bust. I don't say the B word unless there's a significant threat for tornadoes by the Convective Outlook. I know the watch says the potential for significant tornadoes is possible, but I don't say that unless if there's a SIG risk for tornadoes from the Storm Prediction Center's Convective Outlook. That's just me, though. Enhanced and 10 seems a little overkill. Well, I do agree. I do agree the enhanced with the 10% chance. It's not a SIG risk. I mean, the tornado watch wording said there could be significant tornadoes, but the actual outlook here says 10% chance. But yeah, this definitely could have been a 5%, and I would have been convinced. I would have been convinced. Probably would have been okay with that too. Yeah, 50-40. Have you missed anything? How's it look for Ocala? Ocala seems to be fine for the most part. You haven't really missed too much. So yeah. Still going on strong. Still trucking on through. Yeah, I'm watching this cell over here near Deckel Beach, though, near Steinhatchee. This is definitely a super cell to watch. This one right here. Ocala. That's how it's pronounced. See, I appreciate it when people correct me and stuff like that. That way, the next time it happens, I'm able to just, you know, say it correctly. Especially since, you know, I'm saying it, if I say it incorrectly, and the people who actually live there are like, that's not my town, you know? Could be a big misinterpretation right then and there, and that's not what we want. Not what we want. So, appreciate the people who actually correct me, because that helps me in the long run. It really does. Watching any of the cells in eastern Alabama? I haven't actually really. I'm looking, and a lot of strong damaging winds. There is one storm near Tuskegee, but otherwise, a lot of strong damaging winds around this line. Guza. Yeah, there it is, Grim. There it is. Has there been anything too bad? Nope, not really. Not really. We're just sitting here watching these two supercells, hoping that nothing happens. You have to see this question at least one I've said 8 times. When will it start snowing in New Market? Is it? Isn't it? Wait a second. Didn't we answer this question? Or didn't Morgan answer this question before? New Market, Alabama is. Yeah, you guys. It should be already snowing right now for you all. Should be. Yeah, they are, Nietmare. They actually are. Um, we'll look at this here and then we'll go back to looking at New Market. This basically is telling me what the environment is like within these storms. So what the energy levels, what the shear is like, what the capping inversion is, how many lightning strikes could potentially occur per minute, maximum expected sized hail, probabilities of severe conditions, all sorts of stuff. These little circles right here, RAP and satellite analysis, they kind of tell me as to what's happening within the storm, and it can give me a better idea as to what the storm is doing. So then I can use that knowledge and information to provide a relatively accurate forecast. Will Caroline County, Virginia see tornadoes? I don't really think they'll see tornadoes tomorrow. I don't think you guys are in a big risk, so I think you guys are fine for the most part. As for New Market, New Market looks like they will start to see their snow and stuff like that. Within the next hour, I'd say within the next hour. Still, I'd say within the next hour. I would put a radar over there, but I got practically all of them down here along the Gulf Coast. Yep, see you, Breadnought. Should the SPC have moved the enhancers further south and east? Nah, I think they probably should have even, kept it at 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So that's just my thoughts. That's just my thoughts. We're at 551 likes. I really do appreciate everyone. Really do appreciate everyone who's helped support the channel and share this information with as many people as possible on YouTube. Thank you so much. What about Low Country, South Carolina? Is there a Low County? Low County, South Carolina. No, I'm assuming that's country. Yeah, so I think you guys could probably see some more of your strong damaging winds tomorrow, sometime around 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll actually see these storms move on through here. Here's your timing. And you can see the timing above me. These showers and thunderstorms don't start to approach your area until 7 to 8. You could see some thunderstorms before then, but not really, organized ones. I think more or less you guys are probably going to get your showers and thunderstorms, your activity here, right around 8 in the morning. So there you go. Appreciate the thumbs up from Sweden. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Weather channel storm labels are confusing. It says radar indicated tornado towards Auburn. I mean, there hasn't been one here tonight so far besides the one in Louisiana, so don't really know where they're coming from. I really do not. Almost to Spain. Are you serious? It's a giant tornado warning. Issued a tornado warning for practically all of the United States. Sounds about right. Will there still be a chance for some strong tornadoes according to the Storm Prediction Center? Yes. We got a couple of water spouts that might be ongoing right now. I'm not gonna lie. So I guess we'll just have to see, but this storm is about to surge through the area of Apalachicola. I believe there actually is a camera over in Apalachicola, so let's see if we can figure that out. I can't spell to save my life either. A lot of rain over there. I'm trying to see if I can find any cameras. Doesn't really look like it. Doesn't really look like it. Little mini cell over there near St. Teresa. Yeah, Indian Pass does seem to be the cell to watch. Gonna be completely honest with you. The Wolfman with the 5, thank you so much. Says, good morning, Nate. Decided to pop in to see what's been going on. Well, I appreciate you with the 5. It really does mean a lot to me. You always checking in on the stream, messing around and stuff like that with me. So I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Means a lot. It really does. Do I like the HRRR, the NAM model more? I like the NAM for dryline setups, but everything else, except for snow for HRRR. So I like NAM for snow and dryline setups, but everything else, kind of like the HRRR. HRRR is not a terrible model. Oh yeah, that is a classic supercell. That is a classic supercell. Want to know how I know it's a classic supercell? We have our rain that's over here, our downdraft gets wrapped around just like this. And then we have our whirlpooling effect. So we have our tornadic updraft up here at the top. We have our clockwise updraft over here at the bottom. Take our velocities right there. We got it. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. So we got one rotation right there. One rotation right there. That's supported on normalized rotation as well. So yeah, we got a little bit of a supercell right here that is probably going to make landfall. So scared of storms and tornadoes, but you want to be a meteorologist? Is that a bad thing? I wouldn't say so. If you're scared of seeing them in person, I can understand that. I really can. If you're just scared of seeing them on radar and stuff like that, I can understand that too, but it's not directly impacting you, so you yourself are safe. It's up to us to try and get the information out to people who live within the areas so that we can try and, get them to safety and stuff like that. That's what meteorologists try to strive to do for the most part. Either that or they try and get the information out to all who live in those areas, so. Appreciate Brewski. Appreciate you sticking around. Really means a lot. So thank you much for sticking around. This is probably the second time I've done this here tonight. But just a quick mention, if you want to join our Discord server, a lot of weather people over there, a lot of people that talk about weather and stuff like that over there. If you want to join it, please be sure to do so. Click that link in the chat. I talk about weather in there. Other people talk about weather in there. We all try and get better as weather enthusiasts and even meteorologists if you're a college Met student, stuff like that. We all try and talk. We all try and get better. All try and better ourselves and stuff. So if you want to have a decent time, you want to talk to me, if that means anything. Even in voice chats and stuff like that. I talk in voice chats and stuff. We mess around and whatnot. Because one thing I've always wanted to try and do, to have a decent relationship with the people who watch me, is I don't really want to be known as this like super big idol. I really don't. I want to be known as just this general guy that people can just be friends with for the most part. Chill out. Because I feel like if I play this high and mighty role, I'm going to lose it. Oh, there's an update available for GR2 Analyst. Look at that. Oh boy. Does your Discord require verification? Yeah, it does. That's the only unfortunate thing. What's a way to counter this? Da, 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 da. Can't even remember a command to my own server. That's amazing. You can tell I'm a competent owner. You can tell I am a competent owner of a server. Quality content right there. Quality content. When was the last time I've even said anything in this channel? We've had so many alt identifiers. Oh, I said something there. There I am. Yep, I'm definitely a competent owner. I'm definitely a competent owner. Totally. Love to watch it on radar. It's interesting. Oh, I agree. I forgot. I need to download the data for the tornado that was in Iowa and study it. I forgot. Where is that tornado warned storm going? The storm itself is moving onshore. It's not tornado warned at the moment, but it could definitely be tornado warned here in a bit. That's the reason why we're watching it extensively. Especially, the other storm over here that's near Apalachicola as well. This could potentially be warned too. So we're watching that relatively closely. But yeah, I gotta download that data for the tornado that was in Iowa. That is the best way to study a supercell right there. Best way to study storms is by looking at that storm and comparing it to, can I find it? And comparing it to, can I seriously not find it? I'll lose my mind. There it is. There it is. How do I get to do what you do, like inform people? You made a Facebook page. Do you have any advice? Well, my advice to you, first off, would be persistent. All right, don't give up. I've had a habit of stopping every now and then, and I just get burnt out easily. It's the way I function. Other people can continue to do it continuously, but it's just I get burnt out so quickly. Even if it's something I like to do, it's just it happens. But be persistent. All right, hard work does pay off. Number two, collaborations. You don't have to do direct collaborations with other people on Facebook. You can do collaborations with you being on Facebook, someone else being on Twitter, you being on Facebook, someone else being on YouTube, or something like that, or something of the sort. Number three, definitely start exploring other communities. So get on Twitter, get on Discord, get on YouTube and stuff like that. Try talking to people. Talking to people on social media. Try to establish relationships and whatnot. That's not more or less for you being able to build on Facebook. It's you building your own knowledge and stuff like that. That's the reason why I say that, because there's only so much you can do on your own. Yeah, I didn't get to here on my own. I didn't get to where I am with my channel on my own. Took hard work, persistence, and some people even helping me. You know. And that's the reason why I want to try and, you know, provide that same service to, you know, people in my Discord server. If you talk in my Discord server, you talk to me in DMs and stuff like that. You know, I try to communicate with you. I try to help you out and stuff like that. Whatnot. Try to answer questions on YouTube and stuff. Other people did the same exact thing for me, so. Even then, I don't know everything, so. I still got ways to go. But we all got ways to go. That's the reason why the server was created. So, start talking to people. Try to make yourself better. Eventually, you'll make your content better. Give more people a reason to stick around, inform people and stuff like that. Establish relationships with other people. You can even get those people to help you out with your channel. Stuff like that. Now, I wouldn't try and get them to do it immediately. Because they probably would say no to begin with. Because, well, the Facebook group isn't really too large at the moment, I'm assuming. If it is large, then yeah, they probably would want to. But, you know, you're going to have to do a little bit of work for yourself, you know, for yourself for a little bit. But during that time period, you can try and get better. Try to establish relationships with other people in the community. And try and better yourself that way. Hey, I have a green screen too. I don't really use it all too much. I'm almost done with my room over there. Almost done with it. Unfortunately, my other project didn't really work out so well. So we might be sticking with these graphics for a little bit, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I really am gonna want to try and get a producer. Something like that to help me edit my graphics behind the scenes and stuff like that. I think there's a way to do that. So have someone helps me in the background. That would be nice. That would be nice. I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, that's a supercell and a half right there. That is indeed a supercell and a half. Yeah, no problem. And if you need to, feel free to contact me. Although, I'm not really on Facebook a whole lot, so it's probably not the best place to contact me. Either Twitter or Discord is preferred. Of course, I do have Snapchat and Instagram and whatever the stuff is hip with people nowadays, so... I don't really like going on social media and stuff like that. The only two stuff that I really go to is Twitter and Discord. Discord mainly because there's, you know, so many people over there, so. Yep, the storm right here definitely seems to be trying to rotate a little bit. Doesn't seem to be completely doing so, however. So it's kind of just doing things. Getting windy here? Yep, definitely, things are definitely starting to kind of pick up a little bit more. If supercells show up as rotation, how can you tell the difference between a supercell and a tornado? Supercells produce tornadoes. So supercells are bigger than tornadoes, but tornadoes are byproducts of supercells. So basically, for the most part, I say for the most part because there's some instances where you don't need it. You need tornadoes, or you need supercells in order to get tornadoes, for the most part. You can get some instances to where you don't have supercells and still have tornadoes, but in this event here, for the most part, you need supercells in order for tornadoes to spawn. So you can have, a hooking characteristic right here. This entire storm right here, this hooking storm right here, with the ventilation of the rain that spews everywhere, all right? That is a supercell. This right here is a supercell. At the bottom of this hook right here, the bottom of this hook, there's rotation, okay? And you can tell there's rotation because you have greens moving towards the radar and reds moving away, all right? So whenever you see this counterclockwise spin right here towards the hook general area, all right? So right within here in this instance is where the rotation actually is. That is where you're going to typically want to watch for tornadic rotation and stuff to actually, potentially produce a tornado. So you have rain being pulled from all this, being pulled in just like that. You have warm, moist air being pulled into the inflow notch. They meet right there. It gets shot up in the sky from the updraft. And then it gets pushed out into all these different directions. It falls down as rain, and then it gets wrapped back up again. Only real way to confirm a tornado, though, through radar is essentially a CC drop. Not all the time. Not all the time. You can hypothetically, which it's happened before, so it's not really hypothetically anymore. You can try and confirm a tornado via a spectrum width drop, which would be 3, 4, 5 minutes before a correlation coefficient or a tornado debris signature is indicated. And I use that quite frequently. But yeah, here's our storm. Has a bit of rotation right here. You can see that. No debris signature. Lots of heavy updraft characteristics. I wonder if there's hail in the upper portions of the storm. And there is. About 20,000 feet above ground level right within there. So yeah, there definitely is some little bits and bobs of hail. For sure. What is a CC drop? Sorry, not very curious person. Thank you for answering. It's fine. It's fine. Trust me. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. So the correlation coefficient is a product that basically takes a look at the particle shape and reflects it as a percentage. So the closest it is to rain, the higher the percentage of the correlation coefficient it's going to be. So whenever it's red, or it has a high correlation coefficient, that's when you know, for the most part, it's rain. However, when we talk about CC drop, the correlation coefficient actually lowers, all right? So when we say it drops, it lowers in its percentage. And when it typically lowers, it becomes something that is other than rain. And it can either be one of three things for the most part. There's other instances, but it's, for the most part, it's categorized into three different things, all right? You have smoke, which you have all the ash and stuff like that that gets spewed up into the sky. And so it shows it up as a lower correlation coefficient. You have hail, which even though it is in a different state of matter than rain, even though it's still water, it's solid. It's a solid shape. And because the density of the actual particle is heavier than a regular drop, it would show up as a lower correlation coefficient. Or debris. Debris from a tornado that just throws up debris into the sky. And so we look for that to try and figure out as to what exactly is happening. And, when we say a tornadic debris signature, when it's associated with a CC drop, then you typically would think that a tornado has occurred somewhere within the general vicinity. But it's all going to line up. It's got to be under the velocities. It's got to be under the rotation. Like, it can't be out in the middle of, nowhere. You see, you have your rotation right here. You can't just go over to correlation coefficient and say, oh, there's a little bit of blue, yellow, orange, green over there. That's where there's a tornado. You can't just say that. All right, it's got to be under the actual area of rotation. And it's got to be in the, it doesn't always have to be in a hook, I should say, but it's got to be under the rotation in itself. So that's what people refer as a CC drop. Hopefully we won't see any of those tonight. Hopefully we won't. Any more questions? Love to answer these type of questions. Love to answer these type of questions. Only 14. What do you recommend me do to get better? James Spann, you have taught me a lot. Normally can fly up my drone, take pictures of wall clouds, tornadoes. You learn. You're trying to take film and storm chasing for someone, but no one wants a 14-year-old to do that for them. Well, the thing of it is because you are relatively young, people really, your options are kind of limited. That's the only unfortunate thing. So the best thing I can say for you is to keep getting better at what you're working on and stay in school. As a matter of fact, do well in school. All right. I know school can be boring as crap. Trust me. I know. It's happened. But if you get through school, you'll be in such a better position than if you didn't. And some people may even want to employ you and stuff like that. So, yes, please. Get better at what you're doing right now. And get better at school. Stay in school. Get good grades. That way, when you come out of it, people will want you. Then you'll get paid the good money. True facts. Can you tell the difference between hail and debris in a CC drop? Yes, you can, but you would have to use other products. So you can't just use correlation coefficient. You'd have to use stuff like base reflectivity, ZDR, or differential reflectivity. You'd have to use velocities and stuff like that. A couple other things like KDP. You can use all sorts of stuff, but you can't just use one product and think that that's telling you the entire story. That's the reason why I constantly cycle in between different colors. Like, I keep doing this all the time because I'm trying to figure out, as to what this storm is doing. It's just kind of a habit of mine. I'm trying to figure out all sorts of aspects of this. I use all of these products here. I use all of these products to try and determine as to what is going on. And if you want to get better and stuff like that, I highly recommend you get familiar with these products, because using just one thing is going to only tell you so much. If you start looking at multiple things, it'll tell you so many different sides of the story that, you never would have thought you could have found unless if you looked at it. Fayetteville, Georgia. What about Fayetteville, Georgia? Oh, let me take a look. Let me take a look and see. Are they in? I think they're going to be more of a strong damaging wind threat for them, honestly. You have a giant line that's going to be moving on through your area here. Look at this. big line of storms. They're gonna be moving on through. But you guys aren't really gonna be hit by it all too much. So I think you guys should be fine. You guys should be fine. Is there a possibility of a brief spin-up tornado in northwestern Georgia? Winds are super rough and it keeps seeing what appears to be broad rotation. I wouldn't say so. Northwestern Georgia is not really in a good environment. Too cold. So, if you were in South Carolina, yeah, you probably could, but you guys are just too far north for the most part. Which states have thunderstorms? Right now, it's Alabama, Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina, maybe. As well as maybe Tennessee. Maybe Tennessee. You've seen some of my pictures of the tornado in North Madison County. I have. They actually are not bad. They actually are not bad. In Knoxville. How much snow do you think we'll get? Also, can you show me where the blizzard is going to be? Good question, good question, good question. I'll show you how much you're going to get first. And then I'll show the blizzard. I'm actually curious about if that actually has been expanded or not. It's still going to be there, don't get me wrong. Why am I drawing a blank? There it is. Okay. So, you guys are now starting to kind of get into the general vicinity of getting some snow. You guys can get some bits and bobs of snow within your area. And from basically 2 eastern and onwards, so 1 central and onwards, you guys are going to see some heavy snow. Pretty heavy snow, actually. All the way up until about 6 eastern, 5 central. Once it starts to get that time, the snow will start to become lighter and lighter, and then it'll officially start to move out of your area by around 10 to 11. Now, in regards to how much snow you guys are going to get, at minimum, I'd say about 5 to 8 inches. 5 to 8 inches is relatively reasonable. At maximum, yeah, 5 to 8 inches. As for where the blizzard is going to be, over here in the Shenandoah Mountains. Alright, this is along I-81, and it also connects up with I-64 and I-66, which connect up to Interstate 95 eventually if you head east enough. Over here, these red boxes, these are where the blizzard warnings have been issued. Alright, so from Lynchburg, Lexington, Charlottesville, Harrisonburg, which is, I believe where James Madison University is at. I think that's James Madison. Yeah, I think that's where James Madison University is. If I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. Yeah, James Madison University is in Harrisonburg. Not the point. And eventually up towards Front Royal. They're all in a blizzard warning. The further south you are, the lesser the amounts of snow you guys get. 3 to 6 inches of snow is possible. But the big thing there is that wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour. And then, of course, once you get further north, snow's going to be more. 5 to 10 inches of snow with 55 mile per hour wind gusts possible. Especially if you're in the higher elevations, it's going to be a lot more significant, possibly, for your area. We might see a tornado warning here soon. Might see a tornado warning. Ooh. might see something here near Salem. So if you guys hear a little ping, then here we go. What about Connecticut? I'll talk about that here in a second. Warner Robins, Georgia. Oh, look at that here. I'll look at that before Connecticut, actually. Warner Robins, Georgia. Yeah, you guys could definitely get some strong damaging winds for the most part. I don't think you guys are really going to get a tornado risk per se, but I still think you guys can get a part of the severe weather activity tonight. What does NROT on GR2 stand for, and why does it? And what does it mean when shown on radar? Good question. NROT stands for normalized rotation. Okay, normalized rotation. What it does is it looks through all sorts of different velocities and stuff like that it goes on radar, and it tries to determine as to the velocities and the actual rotation and how strong it is. And depending upon how close the strongest velocities are to each other, you know, so like the stronger the inbound and outbound velocities are right next to each other, you know, the stronger the rotation is, of course. So, you know, if you have weak winds moving away, weak winds moving towards, it's going to be a low normalized rotation. Well, if you have strong winds moving towards and strong winds moving away, it's going to be a little bit stronger, correct? So let's go back here to this. There's the tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Southern Lafayette County in Big Bend of Florida, East Central Taylor County in Big Bend of Florida.
Oh, there you go. There is your tornado warning. And we've been covering this for quite a bit. So here's your storm. Tornado warning for Lafayette County as well as Taylor County here in the Big Bend of Florida. That'll be in effect until 2:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you guys live within these areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you live near Salem and Cook's Hammock, as well as the State Highway 51 general vicinity south of Mayo and north of the Hines and Tennille areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you can. Let's take a look at the timings of the storm as this moves on through. Cook's Hammock, you guys are going to be immediately impacted, so you need to get in your safe space. And then the general vicinity of State Highway 27 near the O'Brien and Branford general vicinity, as well as south and east of Mayo, you guys are going to be impacted within the next half an hour. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you can. Let's take a look here at the velocities once again. Rotation does exist. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the east of Salem, just to the north of Tennille, just to the south and west of Cook's Hammock, moving to the north and east at about 40 miles per hour. So once again, if you live near the Cook's Hammock area, south of Mayo, near the US Highway 21 general vicinity, in between Mayo, Alton, and Branford, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Looking at the correlation coefficient to see if we have any lowering in the correlation coefficient values here. I'm trying to see if there's any oranges or yellows or greens or at worst blues here that can indicate maybe debris being picked up by the potential tornado. I don't exactly see it. So that is the good news. We do see some oranges and stuff like that, but it's not noticeable enough for me to say that there is probably a tornado that occurred. So that is the good news with this cell. It did, however, look like at one point it did have a relatively high spectrum width value over here near Salem. We were talking about the storm a little bit earlier before this thing did actually, go tornado warned. And we were talking about how the storm was starting to get a lot more organized. Had a really interesting normalized rotation value with this. Definitely did spike a little bit, so I do think that this thing maybe could have tried to produce a brief tornado here within some of these storms. But other than that, it's not really too much of a cell anymore, as this thing did kind of deteriorate a little bit. So that is the good news here with this cell. But yes, this is a tornado warning here. Tornado warning here for portions of the Big Bend in Florida. Put that up there. And just for reference as to where the storm actually is. Here is Tallahassee. Here is Jacksonville. And this red box right within here, this is where the tornado warning actually is. And if you know anyone who lives over here near the Branford, O'Brien areas, near the Cookshammond, Salem, and the Tennille areas, even to the north of Steinhatchee, you guys need to go ahead and tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if you can, because this storm is tornado warned for a reason. It does have a bit of rotation, could potentially become tornadic a little bit later on. Could have even produced a tornado here a few minutes ago. And that's the reason why the National Weather Service has warned this particular supercell here. Because it does have the threat for producing tornadoes. So please be sure to heed the warning of the National Weather Service wisely if you can. Will your one tornado warning production be right? Oh, I mean, we do have one tornado warning. Have you seen some of your pictures on the tornado in North Madison County? Yeah, you showed me that night, if I remember correctly. So once again, guys, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by hitting that like button down below, by hitting that thumbs up button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Assuming that they are heading towards social media if they're not going on to, their local news networks. They might not be able to have local news networks out here that cover tornado warnings in this general vicinity. So please be sure to help me get this information out to more and more people. We're 15 likes away from 600, which means that 600 people would have helped me get this information out to more and more people. Jacksonville radar is down. It'll be hard to get a good view of it. Tallahassee's decent, and KVAX is decent. Using Tallahassee for now, honestly. It kind of slices through the RFD, so not really a whole lot of contamination. You'll be fine in Orlando. Tomorrow is when you guys are getting your strong damaging winds, and that'll be more in the day. It'll be more in the daylight hours, so you guys should be alright. You guys should be alright in that department. Yeah, someone did say Connecticut. I do want to look at that here real quickly. Very briefly. Alright, so Connecticut. Alright, I don't know where exactly you're asking from Connecticut, so I'm just going to try and do my best to, try and cover as much as I possibly can. So, here we go. Showers and thunderstorms are expected to move through your general vicinity at first, at around 7 in the morning, 7 to 8 in the morning, and that'll continue to linger all the way through until about 10 to 11, when things start to kind of transition between rain to sleet and into snow. And then, of course, as this moves on through, and then not too much after that, which is the good news for you all. Snow totals, if you're in the southeastern portions of Connecticut, closer towards the Long Island Sound, You know, unless if you're closer towards NYC. You guys aren't really getting a whole lot, but like Hartford, further north, that general vicinity over there towards Springfield and stuff like that, you guys could be getting some activity. So I would definitely watch out if you guys live within that general area, but not too much snow for you all. That's the good news. Let's go back to the tornado warning. Let's go back to the tornado warning here. And once again, the storm is it's rotating. Can I explain what I'm seeing in the base velocity view? Seen it a few times and dabbed with a few times. Don't understand how to interpret the data. So that's fine. That's fine. The big thing here to take away from me looking at this radar, all right? The rotation has definitely weakened significantly, all right? Before, when it was over here in Salem, it was a lot more balanced with its rotation. You can see bright greens moving towards the radar. You can see bright reds. And whenever you see brighter colors, that's when you need to be concerned because velocities are stronger. And if you have any sort of rotation, it's definitely, you know, a lot more significant. So this is what it was. And this is where it's at right now. You notice how everything is relatively dark across the board. Dark reds, dark greens, and stuff like that. Not really too much activity. So this storm has definitely kind of weakened quite a bit. And there is still a little bit of rotation, but it's just like, it's very slow rotation. Very slow. Very slow. Very slow. Still has a decent updraft, though, so we'll watch out. So it is 2 in the morning, everyone. We're expected to continue to go live for another hour and a half. Tornado warning did just... No, it's still there. Never mind. So we're going to continue to kind of truck on through if we can. This is live radar analysis covering these storms down here in the Big Bend of Florida. And there is an ongoing tornado warning here. Portions of Lafayette County. The entire warning didn't just get canceled. It's just Taylor County that got canceled. So. Gotta love that singular tornado warning. Yeah, imagine if this is the only tornado warning. Imagine if my prediction actually comes into fruition. That would be really funny. Also be great. Any PDS with this storm? Negative, not at this time. It's not even a confirmed tornado warning, so at this moment, that's the good news. Apparently the environment is ripe enough for one. Oh, that's another yawn. That is another yawn. That is not good. That is definitely not good. Are these two storms relatively fast moving? Not by what the warning says. It says they're moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, which is not extraordinarily fast. It's decent, like back road speed, but you can easily beat it out by going on the interstate and stuff like that. Like, that's the type of storm that I'd probably want to chase. Maybe it going a lot slower. Beggars can't be choosers, am I right? Beggars can't be choosers. My yawn made you yawn? There it is. I've been yawning a lot. You don't want it to go too slow, Grim. Trust me. Those things are stupid. No tornadoes come from them. Mm-hmm. Does look like the storm has kind of put itself down. Nate, how do I live stream in case Virginia gets severe storm tornado warnings? Good question. You can do it in multiple ways. The way I recommend, however, is with Streamlabs OBS. If you look up Streamlabs OBS on Google, something like that, you'll be able to find Streamlabs OBS. You can also live stream to Facebook, YouTube. Apparently, you can even live stream to TikTok in the future and stuff like that, but not right now. Twitch. But Streamlabs OBS is probably the way to go. But yeah. Yeah, as I said, please be sure to ask me questions and stuff like that about, advice and whatnot. Best place to get a hold of me is either on Twitter or on Discord. I'm on Discord more, though. At least now I am. Past couple of weeks, I've been kind of not on Discord. But now I am. Now I definitely am. Conditions are all maxed out. Otherwise, it might still go. I mean, the thing of it is you can still get supercells that don't have wind shear. It's just you can't produce tornadoes without wind shear. I mean, you can get stuff on outflow boundaries and stuff like that, but it's not the tornadoes you want. Gotta have a little bit of wind shear. It's what El Reno did, after all. You had 45 knot, 500, millibar wind shear. And that was basically your upper level flow. Middleburg, Florida. What's happening over there? Just pop my neck. You guys aren't expected to get anything until later on tomorrow, so you guys should be fine. You guys should be fine for the overnight thread. If you get up at about, I'd say, 6 or 7, that's when your storms are going to be moving on through. Trying to send you all the key features of a supercell. Has a tail cloud and all, just no tornado. That sounds about right. That's every storm ever at this point. That's every storm ever. Someone call Piano Man. Do 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 do. Hey, we got over 600 likes. Appreciate everyone. I also appreciate everyone who's subscribing too. Look at this, 26,368 subscribers. You guys are crazy. Really do appreciate that. Do I think South Carolina will get any bad storms? Yeah, but it would have to depend upon where in South Carolina. I think it would be more of a strong damaging wind threat, and I can't exactly pinpoint specifically as to what place in South Carolina could exactly get it. But just to say as a safe bet, South Carolina, some place in South Carolina could get some strong damaging winds tomorrow. So I know, right? Mayo, Florida. Atmospheric values are average in a way that one element ingredient doesn't have to make up for the lacking one. What are the bare minimum values for a tour? Well, I'm thinking 1,500 joules per kilogram of Cape. I'm thinking of probably 150 storm relative helicity from 0 to 3 kilometer. 0 to 1 kilometer, actually. 0 to 1 kilometer is probably better. Dews in the 60s, although you can get it in the 50s and it'd still work if you had the right environment. another severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued over the existing severe thunderstorm warning. That clearly makes a lot of sense. Yeah, there is a tornado warning over here in Mayo. But it looks like this is not as big, so we're going to turn that off for right now. There isn't a new one, but there was a tornado warning. There was a tornado warning indeed that was issued. About upstate South Carolina, do I think the tornado chance is 0 for us? I don't think it's 0, but I think it's at best 2. I know it says 5, but I'm saying at best a 2%. I think it's going to be more of a strong damaging wind threat for you all. Severe storm has a tornado possible tag. Yeah, the other one did too. Got all these random storms that are just kind of spinning up. Spinning like a tap. Where's the storm? This is in Florida. Big Bend of Florida, specifically south of Tallahassee. Tallahassee's over here. There's a tornado warning over here near Mayo. And there's a big severe thunderstorm warning over here near Apalachicola. If you don't know where Tallahassee is, here's Jacksonville. Here's the top of Florida. Here's the Gulf of Mexico. And this is where it starts to curl down. And down there's Orlando somewhere. Over there. There it is. Petition to change Hamburg, Iowa to Hamburger, Iowa. There it is. There it is. Classic. I'm gonna change my radar to Moody Air Force Base. Ooh. Interesting. There is still a little bit of rotation over there. Looks like it just amplified a little bit. Look at that. So Mayo is not out. Oh, I mean, Mayo is out of the risk, but areas out in front of that, State Highway 27. Ooh. Could potentially see a reinvigoration of what was a former tornado warren cell. Could potentially see something new. What about Walterboro? Let me take a look at that here in a second. Walterboro, South Carolina. That is due west of Charleston. Yep, you guys are definitely getting some strong damaging winds. Definitely. Not really a whole lot, but definitely. Yeah, Mayo and Alton. Definitely has some really interesting rotation. New scan. That is a contamination spike. So unfortunately, correlation coefficient is not going to help us. Because the data is contaminated. You see how this piece of the beam has been taken out and it now has a lower correlation coefficient across the board? That right there is contamination. I can't really do too much about that, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Oh, that velocity. Yeah, I think this thing might be on the ground. Oh, we got some moderate normalized rotation right here. Yeah, I think this thing could be on the ground. This might be our significant tornado of the night. That is a tornado vortex signature from GR2. Yeah, this thing might be on the ground right now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's take a look at spectrum width. Oh yeah, definitely a drop in or at least not a drop, a spike in vorticity and a turbulence. Yeah, turbulence spike. Correlation coefficient can't use, of course. CDR, good updraft. Yeah. Yeah. This could be it. 59 on top of 35. If you just round the 59 to 60. That is a, give or take, 95 mile per hour delta velocity rotation. And there's your new tornado warning. So Suwannee County here in Florida now has a tornado warning. And this includes portions near McAlpin, Houston, and Wellborn. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precaution now. All right, the storm has recycled and is probably going to produce a tornado. Would not be surprised if it did, honestly. Latest scan was 1833Z, so not really anytime soon. Could potentially see. Nope, no update. Yeah, this could potentially be on the ground, honestly. I would not be surprised if that was the case. But yeah, Alton and Mayo seem to have dodged this storm. That's the good news. The bad news is that McAlpin could be in the direct path. Looks like the storm might miss it just barely to the west. Does look like people do live in these areas, though. It does look like people do live in these areas. Guys, we got to get this information out to as many people as possible if we can. This is a concerning situation. There's the new update. No debris signature from what I can tell. So that's the good news. But the new update here from radar indicates that the storm is still rotating. Got a bit of a hook right here. Inflow notch coming in. So you have your rain, cooled air that's being wrapped around your warm, moist air that's being wrapped into the actual inflow notch. Right in the middle where those two meet is where the tornadic rotation would be. And with that being the case, oh boy. Oh boy. 66 on top of 44. That's a 110 mile per hour delta velocity. That's a 110 mile per hour delta velocity. This one's probably the Siggy. This one's probably the significant tornado. And this is a bona fide supercell. This is as good as it gets in regards to presentation, as in regards to how textbook it could potentially be. This right here is a concerning situation. So McAlpin, if you live near McAlpin over here in Florida, if you know anyone who lives near McAlpin, Wellborn, Houston, areas near the intersection of I-10 and I-75, near White Springs, Live Oak, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is probably your significant tornado of the evening. So guys, we need to continue to share this information. Once again, copy the link of the live stream, send it with friends and family and social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Especially if you know anyone who lives in these areas, because this information could be somewhat crucial. I mean, my goodness. That is a 3. That's a 3 out of 5 on the rotation scale right there. From the normalized rotation. Sheesh. So yeah, guys, please share this information if we can. Please share this information if we can. By hitting that like button down below as well, by hitting that thumbs up button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Delta velocity, how fast it's spinning. Yes, that's how fast the winds are, actually. The rotational velocity in itself. I'll tell you what the rotational velocity is. The rotation in itself is 48.1 knots, which is about 58 miles per hour, give or take. That's how fast the rotation is, but the winds inside of it in itself is 110 miles per hour. And that's the concerning situation we're dealing with right now, is that this thing definitely seems to be potentially significant. Waiting for that next scan here. Let's go with 5. Let's go with 4. 4 is probably better. But once again, if you're in Live Oak, Wellborn, McAlpin here in Florida, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. New scan just came in. It doesn't look like much happened in the correlation coefficient department. Rear flank downdraft might be gusting out a little bit. So that's something interesting. I want to take a look at the velocities in the newest scan whenever it does come out. Oh! Is that contamination? Would that be contamination? No. Why would it be contamination? It's not contamination. Yeah. That's not good. Guys, can we not pre-rate? Pre-rating basically means labeling it as to what the whether it's an EF1, EF2, EF3. Let's just go based off of what radar says. Yeah, and what the radar says is it's pretty strong too. Let's try and take a delta velocity of this thing now. 61. Place a marker. Yep. 45.9 on top of 61. That is a 107 mile per hour delta velocity. So that's how fast the winds are. The rotational velocity in itself is 46.6 knots. It does seem as if, I don't know what C-Rod is, but it says strong. Huh. Interesting. I'll have to do research on that. But man, yeah, this is not good. This probably could be your significant tornado of the night, based off of what it's looking like. Well, this is as textbook as you can get with rotation. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. This counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation would be. It's currently just to the south and west of McAlpin in Florida. Due west of US Highway 129, due south of Live Oak. As a matter of fact, it's about, say, 12 miles south of Live Oak. And it's moving to the north and east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So if you're over in places like Houston and Wellborn, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Specifically Wellborn. Wellborn, you're going to get hit within the next 15 minutes. Yeah, within the next 15 minutes, Wellborn in Florida, just a little south of Interstate 10, is probably going to get hit by this tornadic storm. New scan just came in. Don't see... Jeez, that's a lot of spectrum width there. There's a lot of turbulence. It's a lot of turbulence right within there. And of course, tornadoes do create turbulence. The only saving grace right now is that there's a little gap right here. So the bright greens and the bright reds are not touching. All right, right in the middle, there's a gray area. And that tells me that things are a little bit separated. Things are a little bit broad. So it's not consolidated at the moment, which is good. But, jeez. The storm is definitely still firing off. It's still going. take a look at the other cells that are starting to move ashore now. Could be something that tried to form off near St. Teresa, but that's going to be over water, so I don't anticipate that to do a whole lot. Fort Rucker. Yeah, the line, in my opinion, isn't expected to do a whole lot. Jeez, and the massive line of storms that are starting to head out towards the Gulf of Mexico now. That's going to continue to build. That is going to continue to build. Jeez. Let's go back to the radar over here. Here's your tornado warning. Here is your tornado warning. Remember, this tornado warning right here is for portions of Suwannee County. All right, this is northeastern portions of Suwannee County. However, if you're in portions of Live Oak, all right, Live Oak, you are in the clear. If you're in Live Oak, New Bern, as well as Lauraville, you guys are in the clear. If you're in Houston, Wellborn, areas near U.S. Highway 90 and Interstate 10, east of Live Oak, and along the State Highway 136 areas, as well as the State Highway 252 areas. You need to go ahead and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet if you can. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, please tell them that this tornadic storm is here and that it is moving in your general vicinity and you need to stay weather aware. That's the best thing that you can tell someone. If they don't believe you, please send them this live stream. I'll be happy to show them that this stuff is heading towards their way and they may be able to make the appropriate decision. So please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, share this with friends and family and on social media to try and help me get this information out to more and more people. It's all about trying to get the information out. That's all that it is. And once again, by hitting that thumbs up button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So please be sure to do that if you guys can. What does the orange dotted line on radar Omega mean? That's a dry line, I believe. Might be a dry line. Is Florida in the clear? Depends upon where you are in Florida. Because other places in Florida are definitely not. Like if you're in Wellborn or in Houston, Florida, you guys are under a tornado warning with a storm that probably could produce a tornado. Maybe even did produce a tornado at some point. Velocity's just upticked. It's pretty broad now. Looks like it might be trying to recycle. Was there a tornado in Live Oak? It looks like the storm is a bit further off to the south and east of Live Oak. Live Oak in itself, they are fine. All right, if you are in Live Oak, you are in the clear. You are not going to be hit by this tornado. If you're in Houston or in Wellborn, all right, which is due east of Live Oak along U.S. Highway 90, all right, that's in between Lake City and Live Oak. If you're in between Lake City and Live Oak, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure now. Because the potential for a tornado to spawn is decently high. Decently high. Ocala, you guys are not out of the risk. You guys are going to get your activity a lot later on tomorrow. Well, today. Mobile homes, jeez. It's not what I wanted to hear. I'm hoping the people of Wellborn got the information because it's late at night. It's late at night, and people may not be able to know that this stuff is happening. People may be asleep during all this, and I'm just hoping that they actually are that they're okay. Warning just got updated. Moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, so it has picked up in speed. What's all the red north of the tornado? That is the hail core. So that is where the rain falls. Rain falls down from the updraft after the updraft spews it up in the atmosphere. Falls down, and then it gets pulled back around in the rain. So, updraft takes the rain up, spews it out, it falls back down, and then it gets pulled back around, and then it repeats the cycle. And that's kind of what we're at right now. This storm has been repeating that same cycle, and because of that, we do have a decently strong storm that could potentially be producing a tornado. So once again, please be sure to get into the lowest innermost portion of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I know you guys don't really have basements down there, so that's the reason why I'm saying your only option is a sturdy building, and in the lowest innermost part of that building. All right, mobile homes will not do it. Mobile homes will not cut out. All right, they are not sturdy structures. So please find a sturdy structure if you can. If you can't, lay flat on the ground. Lay flat on the ground. But please heed our warnings. Whether you're in the whether you listen to the National Weather Service, whether you listen to me, listen to other people, please be sure to heed the warnings of weather officials. Looks like the rotation has deteriorated a little bit. That's the good news. But now it's starting to head over the town of Wellborn, and it's going to be heading towards White Springs here soon. So if you live near White Springs, all right, this will be impacting your area within the next 5 to 10 minutes. If you live over there, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure now. It's about to cross over Interstate 10 and Interstate 75. That intersection right there of I-10 and I-75, that's where it's going over. Just for anyone who doesn't know. Once again, Live Oak, New Bern, Swanee, Falmouth, McAlpin, O'Brien, Lorville, you guys are in the clear. But Wellborn, White Springs, even portions near Winfield, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure right now. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, please call them. Please call them, tell them, hey, get into your sturdy structure. If they don't believe you that a tornado warning is in effect in your area, or a tornado could be potentially heading near their area, please be sure to share this live stream with them. I'll be happy to show them that this stuff is occurring. That way they can make the correct decision. Looks like the storm might be trying to gust out a little bit, but it's just having a little bit of issues, and the tornado warning did get canceled. So that's funny. Or no, it expired. The tornado warning expired. So there's still a little bit of rotation there. They might reissue the tornado warning. We'll have to see. We will definitely have to see. I'm starting to get really tired. Tell you what. Let's take a look at the update from the latest HRRR model. See what it said. So it says that its line should have pushed through Tallahassee by now. There obviously wasn't anything that formed. And now this line, because this line's starting to kind of stretch a bit. Yeah, it hasn't formed quite yet. Huh. We can turn that off for right now. There it is, Gem. Seems legit. Appreciate you guys giving me a little bit more confidence to try and stay awake. Yeah, I'm definitely falling asleep. Definitely falling asleep. I really don't want to drink coffee right now, because if I drink coffee right now, then I really won't be able to go get some sleep later on. But these storms are just... It already got warned again, so that's technically 2 tornado warnings. Look. 1, 2. We had 2 tornado warnings. This thing's in slow mode according to the HRRR. That sounds about right. Sounds about right. So 3 a.m. things will be pushing on through. 4 a.m. Let's take a look. Let me play this through here real quickly. Yeah, it looks like the line is starting to kind of progress a lot further. So it looks like the risk here for the 10% chance for tornadoes is going to start to kind of go down just a smidge. Looks like it probably will, which is the good news. Storm Center, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How do, how do? Yeah, all those storms are just too messy. I don't foresee a whole lot of stuff happening there. I really don't. Meanwhile, that cell near Lake City, White Springs, still rotating. Let's take this off. Boom. We'll go with no hat. Just a little sleepy, Storm Center. Just a little sleepy. Pop my back here real quickly. There we go. Now I'm going to stand up here real quickly, walk around. Consider the following. Walk around for a couple seconds so I can stay awake. When in doubt, become active. Yep. I think I'm gonna fall asleep, but it is what it is. This is an appetizer? Pfft. What do you mean? HRRR says that. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. This is definitely not the appetizer. This is the end of the event right here. This is the final stretch. Final stretch. Look at this. That right there. That's a helicity track. This right here, this band, that's it. 5 a.m. at the latest. Which is 2 hours from now. 2 hours from now. How long do I plan on staying on? Well, I'm definitely going to stay on until I stop seeing this storm over here near White Springs. Alright, this storm right here just has too much decent rotation for me to go away from it. Okay? So until this thing kind of deteriorates a little bit, I'm not going to go a whole lot for further. Only model that matters. There it is. There it is. Don't get much coverage. Well, glad to be up here and still alive and kicking. So as long as you guys will have me, I'll still be here trying to cover this. Yeah, it still does look like it has some decent rotation over here near White Springs. So definitely not leaving this quite yet. If I remember correctly, NAM 3 kilometers running. And the NAM says this event is over. That's considering. What about Georgia, South Carolina? Yeah, nah. So, storms push through Tallahassee officially at like 4, which is an hour from now. So I guess we just wait for another 30 minutes. We wait for another 30 minutes and then we assess our situation there. Yep, no problem, Cliff. No problemo. It's because it's consolidating all the convective available potential energy due to the forcing from the cold front. Which is the reason why I was like, yeah, this thing could potentially try, but... Oh, new MCD out in front of this. Thunderstorms spreading across northern Florida into Georgia and South Carolina coastal area through daybreak may include increasing potential for supercell structures capable of producing tornadoes across Jacksonville, Florida vicinity towards Charleston, South Carolina by 4 to 6 a.m. Yep, warm air advection appears likely to begin a more rapid east-northeastward development, which is true. Deepening surface troughing, which is ongoing. Enlarging low-level photographs, including at least modest clockwise curvature with wind profiles. Strong speed shear environment may become conducive to embedded supercell structures capable of producing tornadoes, 1 or 2 of which could be strong. Yeah, that sounds about right. Of course. I want to take a look at something here before I officially consider myself going off. Is it really enlarging, though? Is it really? Oh, yeah, that's right. There's no radar over in Jacksonville. Very nice. Yeah, enlarging low-level photographs my rear. No warnings in Virginia yet? Yep. Can't really expect there to be a whole lot, honestly, in Virginia. I really can't. Yeah, 1 or 2 of which could be strong as the embedded supercell continues to live on forward. But, I mean... As I said, we're going to continue to watch White Springs very closely. Real quickly, I'm going to get a hoodie on. Get a hoodie. Feel a little chilly. Put this over myself. Boom. Turn off my fan and consider the following. Put down my hood too. Jeez, my hair looks terrible. Oh well, it is what it is. It is what it is. I will not be live streaming tomorrow. I will not. First off, storms will be gone by then. So storms will be gone by like 11. So A, I'll probably sleep through it. B, I can't sleep through it because I gotta go somewhere through the snow to wherever I'm going, which ironically is still in snow. So yeah. 5.5 hours of the stream, and we've had two tornado warnings. Hockey hair, yeah, I know, right? I know, right? All right, see you, DeWolf, man. Appreciate you staying up with me this long. It's 3 a.m. So I get it. I get it. Night, my friend. Night, my friend. All right, let's take a look at Mayo, Florida. Very good view. Can't really see a whole lot. Congratulations, Storm Center. You have fun over there. Have fun over there. Ooh, lightning. Now that's interesting. I feel so much better in this hoodie, I'm not gonna lie. Feel so much better. See a whole lot of rain? Yeah, I agree. Really see a whole lot from that either. Is that a new developing rotation near Winfield? Excuse me? Oh, you're very close to Mayo. Oh. You guys have quite an abundance of thunderstorms that are about to kind of move on shore near your area, so I'd watch out. I don't foresee them to be super tornadic, though. I don't see a whole lot. So it should be okay. But these guys, sheesh. Scared the crap out of me. Part of me wants to play music in the background, but I can't play it on the stream. I have to, mute the background so that it doesn't get copyrighted. Stuff like that. Storms rolling here in South Carolina. You good? Yeah, you guys are good for the most part. You guys are good. Guys are good. You guys are good. What's the red represent right there? This red right here, this represents winds moving away from the radar. So the radar is right here. This represents winds moving away from the radar. Away, 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 away. Green's moving towards. No, IT guy. It's not done. It is not done. I am tired. True facts. Looks like the rotations are deteriorating a little bit, though, so that is the good news. Except for the one that's north of Winfield. That one's trying. That one really is trying, but... oh well. Is what it is. Morning, morning. Yeah, the event's definitely not done. Storm Prediction Center even noted that. So I'm probably gonna go to bed here in a few. Let me see. HRR. I'm gonna purposefully cherry pick soundings. And tell me what the environment is like. Jeez. So that's what they meant. Nine Z. Let's sucks. So I probably will have to stay up for another hour, won't I? Cape numbers look decent. Photograph looks nice. What does the NAM 3 kilometers say? NAM doesn't say a whole lot. NAM says a little bit linear, but the NAM always does that. About the FV3. What's the worst the FV3 has done? FV3 is a meme. Rod, you guys can get some strong damaging winds tomorrow. Be probably more of a strong damaging wind threat for you all. Hmm. Well, the one thing that looks relatively consistent is that it looks like the area to which it looks like the area that would be where the enhanced level of moisture is occupied by showers and thunderstorms now. So that kind of tells me that the event isn't as bad. Got an idea. Got an idea. It's a terrible idea, but I got an idea. Four. Barely a 2 on the fixed layer. Cape. Clayton with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, do you want me to make it rain? Oh boy, it's gonna snow over here in a bit to change the topic. But I'll probably fall asleep here in a bit, so it is what it is. But it looks like Cape numbers are kind of just meh. Looks like they're forecasted to continue to be met by the wrap. Interesting. So the wrap says no. Huh. Did they update any of the warnings? No siree. No, they did not. Clayton with the 2 again. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. The snow is bad and you look sleepy. I am definitely sleepy. True facts. Please drink the coffee. If I drink the coffee, I'll stay up all night, and that's kind of not what I want because I got important things tomorrow. Very important things tomorrow. Hmm. One YouTuber is already called off for tonight. I don't know when he's called off. He already called off for tonight. I'm on the struggle bus myself, but it seems as if the actual environment probably is going to be less than anticipated. If that's the case, then there probably won't be a huge chance for significant tornadoes tonight. We all should be fine. I'm starting to think that, honestly. Clayton with the 5, thank you once again. Says, what did you think of the latest models on the A3 Storm Chasers? That was pretty interesting. Now, I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't really look too much in depth to it. But I mean, it did look really nice in regards to the hazards of driving next to it. So, yeah, it looks pretty decent, honestly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it quits here. There isn't really. I'm starting to think. Now, I'm not sure if that's just me convincing myself that stuff isn't gonna happen or not, but one thing I will say is that there definitely is going to be another tornado warning by in between now and the end of tomorrow. All right, it's going to happen. Where, however, I don't know. Wonder where Ryan is. He's definitely not in Pikeville, I'll tell you that. He's out there chasing. Good for him, man. Good for him. There it is, Clayton. Classic. Classic John. Yeah, I mean, that thing could definitely try to recycle. And it'll head towards the weird portion of Florida and Georgia. But he's chasing the snow. He's testing out his equipment, which is something I kind of would do. So, yeah, I know, right, Grim? No, right? Okay. I think this is where we call it quits for tonight, honestly. Covered a bit. I won't be able to upload a video tomorrow. Um, I might not. I might be able. I probably won't be able to upload on Sunday either. Not gonna lie. Monday and Tuesday, there is a severe weather risk. So not to completely forget about, you know, what today's risk is, which is what's happening here for the East Coast. There's also something else that could potentially move on through here. If we take a look at the day 4 and 5, you can see severe weather risk here for portions of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana. And then day 5 over here in the deep south as well. Surface low pressure that'll move on through. I probably could be able to live stream on Monday and Tuesday, so we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, guys, that'll be it for me. There probably will be more tornadic storms, but they'll be over a widespread period of time. So I will head off tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the video, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family on social media. Also, follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. And winter storm warnings have been issued for further south and east. Jeez. 3 to 6 inches. Oh, what does this mean for my area? 4 to 6 inches. 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So I gotta travel to a winter storm warning? Are you serious? Are you serious? 45 to 55 mile per hour. What is my old home? 3 to 6 inches. So at least it's not 4 to 6 inches like me. I can consider the following. But 55 mile per hour winds. Yeah, get at it down. I guess I'll be experiencing that tomorrow when I go to where I am, where my stuff needs to be done. That's going to be interesting. Alright, I'll talk to y'all later. Peace out, everyone.